There we go, as everybody heard that clearly. Okay, so I didn't get a lot of emails with questions, really, actually disappointingly few. So if we can maybe start with module 1, and if you guys have questions with regards to module 1, if you can maybe, how would we do that? Maybe type them on chat and then I can answer them. If there's any specifics, otherwise I will just go over the most likely asked questions in the exam, or if somebody wants to ask the question. Nothing.
Hi there. So yeah, I have no questions as per module 1, but I'd suggest that approach would be good, where we would cover sort of the main questions, and maybe if we can't understand something from that explanation, then we can expand on it.
Okay. Obviously, I cannot give you guys specific exam questions. That would be unfair to people that have not joined this, although everybody has the opportunity to. But most of the questions in your NQF2 would be regarding, for you as a guide, what would be important with your guests. So client checks, your briefing, those type of things, which is very nicely explained in the manual that you can go through there. Then there's also a few things that's also important. Things like how would you check your car? Which things would be checked if it's a walking assessment, which most of you would not be qualified to do. But things like what would you advise your clients, or what would you look at for them to wear? Those type of questions you can expect. Things like differences between nature guides, tour guide, and game ranger. For any of us that have written the NQF, sorry, there's just somebody I'm going to let in quickly. Hold on a second. Where do I get you now again? Hopefully I didn't kick them off. There we go. Okay, for the people that just logged in, if you can please just mute yourself, I would appreciate that. Okay, to get back to the questions, things like nature guide, game ranger, and tour guide, the differences for you to be able to understand. And the most important thing here is you must think of the exam in the sense of I am a guide, and a guest asked me, if we take, for example, in the USA, they talk about a ranger, and they look at you as being a ranger, and you call yourself a field guide. They might not understand the difference. So it would be explaining to a guest, what is the difference between a game ranger and sorry, I'm just admitting more people, a game ranger and a nature guide or a field guide. So answer the question in that way. It's important if we look at those three differences. A tour guide, I always say to my students, it's the person that's standing in front of the bus, and it's the microphone or these new fancy things that you connect to your ear. And they say, on your right-hand side, we have the Blader Canyon, and they give some facts about that, and they stop at works like potholes, and they give the guest half an hour or 45 minutes, and then we're going to have lunch. That is a tour guide. It's a person that goes out and shows people places of interest, like museums or mountain ranges, or driving through a tunnel and give them some information with regards to a tunnel. That is a tour guide. Then a game ranger is a person that does not have a lot to do with guests. It doesn't mean they never speak to guests, but doesn't have a lot to do with guests and is more concerned about the conservation of the area. Okay, game counts. rhino dehorning, road maintenance, fence patrols, those type of things, vegetation surveys. That's more your game ranger. And then for the field guide or nature guide, it's very important that this person is the link between nature and the guest. It's like you know a language that the guest does not understand. You look at nature, you know what tree this is, you know the significance of this tree, you know the ecological role that this tree plays in nature, and you can give that information over to the guest, not as a professor or in a point form, but in the form of a story that makes it interesting to the guest. So you are the main crux of what is a field guide is that you are the link between nature and the guest. And through that, you can then add things like you're playing an educational role. You are the safety officer. You must make sure that your guests are safe. You must make sure that the animals stay safe so that you are at a safe distance from it. So you can add on to this, but the main thing is that you are the link. You understand the language of nature, which the guest doesn't, and you're interpreting that to the guest. Animal behavior is a very good example. A tip for the exam, if you cannot express yourself in words, I know there's a lot of language barriers, and I've seen that through the years that people battle to put what is in their head on paper, and they have this language barrier. Use an example. So a nature guide is, for example, a person that takes people out in a natural environment. I'm taking my guests out on a game drive, for example, that's the same thing. And I am telling them what is happening in nature. I'm explaining it to them. I'm teaching them stuff. I'm making sure that they are safe, looking after their interests, any special interests they have. Explain it in the form of an example, and then the marker can then go through and see, do you have a good understanding of what is a nature guide? What is a game ranger? A game ranger is the person that works for the reserve, not for the lodge, for example, and they will look after the roads, and they will look after the fences, and they will do game counts, they will get involved with research. Explain it in the form of an example, and then the marker can then go and see, do you actually understand what is the difference? I hope that makes sense. I can't see everybody on the screen. Can't really see people have question marks on their faces. When it comes to things like guest checks and your pre-brief, just think about it. It is, you don't need to go and memorize the manual. And I see Keisha has asked which manual. Let me check, where is one? Yeah. It's the latest manual. Okay. If you have an older manual, it doesn't matter. Most of the things stay the same. There's a few changes, but that should not make you fail the exam. Okay, so coming back to that, don't try, and this is now going to be for all the modules, okay? For all the modules. Think of it as I'm a guide and I'm explaining, there's a question that came and I'm explaining this to somebody. And that's the best way to answer the exam. Even if there's not enough space, write on the side, ask for extra paper. I usually take a staple with so that I can staple papers on if you want to explain it better. Rather write something through examples than to say, oh, I can only remember 2 of the 4 things, and now your brain starts running away with you, and eventually you just give up. Write something. Don't just write nothing. Okay. So for example, client checks. Think of it. I'm going on a game drive. I'm in the Lowveld. It's summer. There's a chance it might rain. If there's a very good chance, what will I make sure my guests have if it rains? My guest maybe wants to take photos. What will I make sure that they have with them to take photos? Do my guests have hats on because my vehicle do not have a roof? Or my vehicle has a roof, but we are going to get out and they might get sunburned. Do they have sunblock? Are they dressed appropriately? If it's a walk, shoes are important. If possible, long pants are important. A hat is important. Water is important. So don't go and try and memorize the manual. The manual is a guideline for you. Think of it as I am going to take people out on an activity. I'm doing a guest check. Indemnity forms, are they signed? It's very important. Okay, so think of it in that way. Put yourself in that role. This is what you want to be one day. So put yourself in that role and answer the question that way. You put something in there that's not in the manual. Well done. If it makes sense, I cannot see examiner going, no, it's not in the manual, I'm not going to mark it. If it makes sense, yes. Maybe in the next version of the manual, we'll add one of your answers. Okay. Think of a pre-brief. What are the important things that I need to share with my guests before we start with the activity? So safety, majorly important. Don't stand up in the vehicle, please. Don't have your limbs hanging out. Let me just quickly admit another person. Welcome. Please put yourself on mute. Back to pre-brief. Think of the things that is important for you when you're driving and your family and kids are on the back of the vehicle. What are the important things that you're going to tell your family and friends because you don't want them to get hurt? There's going to be overhanging branches. Myself and my tracker will warn you, but please don't grab branches. They have thorns on them. Sorry, not on mute. Can everybody please make sure they're on mute?
Letitia, I think if you click on participant, you would be able to mute them on your side.
Where would I go?
If you just click on participant, and then next to each name, you'd be able to click on the microphone.
It doesn't want to mute them. There we go. Noise is gone. Thank you very much. Close this. Do you guys get what I'm saying there? I know I can't see all of you, but if you don't, please just put a note there. Let me just read what's over here. Will the questions be in a similar format as the workbook? Yes, about 30% of the questions will be similar to that of the workbook, but 70% will not be. Okay, so the workbook is again a good test for you to see if you understand the work in the manual, but obviously the exam questions will be formulated slightly different. Otherwise, everybody just memorizes the workbook and that doesn't mean you understand the work. You will not receive long questions in an NQF2 exam, the Apprentice Field Guide exam. There's some questions coming through now. I will try and answer all of them. The longest is usually about 5 marks. And I haven't really seen anything in module 1 with 5 marks. It's usually between 1 and 4. Okay, so not long, what do you call that now again? Afrikaans is the opstel. Essay, there we go. Essay type question. No, you won't be getting that. Let me just quickly go through these questions. Marcel, you ask if you must look at the objectives rather than studying everything for theory. It is a good place to start, but I would not say that just studying the objectives will make you pass the exam. No, there's other questions that test to see if you understand the role you as a guide is playing, if that answers your question. Okay, Marcel, got another person. Let me just admit them. I have a general question. Please advise. Pops around. Okay, for the online exam. Online exam is multiple choice for NQF2. All the questions are multiple choice. And I can't tell you what the questions, it's very similar to that of the written exam, but obviously it's multiple choice. So somewhere in there's the answer. And also to minimize that people can actually cheat on the online exam, the questions are not per module, like in the written exam. It is mixed right through, so you won't be able to know where in the manual you must go to. And they will also combine, say, geology and ecology together in one question, which also minimizes the chance for people to cheat, because FOGASA needs to be fair to people that are writing the exam than to people that are sitting somewhere with no supervision and writing the exam. If that answers your question, Remco. Time-wise, what type of questions? As I said, similar to that as the written exam. Pre-briefs, differences between game ranger, but as I say, game ranger and field guide, as I say, they give you the answer somehow. So whatever answer they chose, you must just see which one is logical. Vehicle checks, how would you know? These are quite old questions, but it doesn't mean they won't pop in again. Yes?
Sorry, it was a mistake.
Hello? Sorry?
Sorry, it was a mistake.
No problem. Matthew, can you just mute yourself, please? Thank you. Other things in module 1 that is quite important is NDT, CAPSITA, and FOGASA, what roles they play, why are they there? You don't need to know what CAPSITA stands for, but you need to know what role they play in your life as a guide. So FOGASA sets standards and protocols, code of conduct, that is FOGASA's role that they play. If we look at NDT, National Department of Tourism, they hold the act, the law, and you also need to register with them after you successfully qualified as a NQF2 guide. So, and CAPSITA issues you the national qualification, the NQF2 qualification, National Qualification Framework. That's what NQF stands for on level 2. So you first pass the FOGASA, that gives you your CAPSITA national qualification. Then you go to NDT and you register as a legal guide. Okay. And remember, the NDT has holds the Tourism Act. They have to go according to the Tourism Act. So there might be a question on which act do you need to follow or which law. And that's the Tourism Act. Okay. And then obviously very important is questions with regards to ethical guiding. There's 3 words that are important when it comes to ethical guiding. Okay, 3 words. Remember those 3 words. Because if you don't do the, if you don't have or do those 3 words, I'm not talking about the exam now, then it's quite questionable whether you're going to be a guide one day. First, you must have passion. If you do not have passion for nature, you need to change your occupation. In that passion, you also need a passion for people. A lot of people will come and say that they, oh, I love animals so much, I want to become a guide. You're not going to work with animals, you're going to work with people. So you need to have a passion for people. People skills are very important. Secondly, if you have passion for something, you will respect. Okay? That's your second word, respect.
Hello,
Respect for
hi, how are you? Good.
Hector, very please, do you have a question?
Oh, okay. That side is the old entrance from the old reception. Yes. So this is, I would call it a dead end. Yes.
Hector, can you please mute yourself?
Pleasure.
Hector, how do I get to Hector? There we go. Okay, so there's still somebody not muted. Goldman, can you please mute yourself? I cannot for the life of me mute you from my side. Okay, so first one was passion. Second word is respect. As I said, you cannot have passion for something and not respect it. Those 2 work hand in hand. Okay? And the third word is knowledge. And that is what you guys are doing now. You're going to write next weekend to prove that you have the knowledge to be a guide. And that knowledge that you have will now be transferred to your guest. Okay, so you cannot become a guide without knowledge of nature. You guys get all of that. So the 3 words, when there's a question with regards to ethical guiding, remember those 3 things that you really, really, really need to have or do. You need to have knowledge, you have to respect people and nature, and you must have a passion for people and nature. Otherwise, this is not the job for you. Yeah. There can also be some form of question with regards to a scenario that is created for you. Somebody that is off-roading and rushing through the bush and chasing a leopard and an elephant is charging them. And then they would ask you, in this scenario, why would you say this person is not an ethical guide? Then just break that scenario up and say, off-roading, not respecting the smaller parts of nature, insects, eggs, small birds, plant life, grass, new little shoots that are trying to come out, okay? Disturbing the soil with off-roading. So there's no respect for this, the less significant, but please don't get me wrong, they're the most significant. But people are chasing a leopard because the leopard is the significance to the guest, but disregarding everything that it's killing in the meantime. Okay. You're also not looking after the safety of your guest. If you're rushing through the bush and you suddenly hit a massive rock that you didn't see in the grass and now the vehicle is broken, or maybe in some severe cases you could have flipped the vehicle and your guest gets hurt. So you're also not looking after the safety of your guests. Okay, so break the scenario up in the different compartments and then answer respect, knowledge, and passion. Where does it fit into that scenario? Where does it fit into that scenario? And then answer the question accordingly to that. Okay. Let me just quickly see other questions. There's a question with regards to time. on the online. It more or less works out at 30 seconds per question, but please don't now go bang your head on the wall. Not necessary. You can, some question is a true and false question or a yes and no question. That's going to take you less than a second. Okay. And the next question you maybe take a minute on. It works out. Okay. If you know your work and you reasonably versed in English reading, you should be able to finish the exam easily. Okay. If your signal gets cut out during online, can you please pose that question to the FOGASA office, qualification@fogasa.org.za, and just ask them what they would do in that case. I honestly do not have an answer for you. Online exam is on the 6th of May, written exam on the 7th of May. If you're not sure, please take that up with the FOGASA office as well. Okay. Is there any other questions with regards to Module 1? Can we move on to Module 2, Geology? Yes, you can talk.
Yep, that sounds good.
Sorry,
I didn't
Linda?
understand. I didn't understand on the FOGASA, the role of FOGASA. What does FOGASA do? Can you please repeat that?
Yes, I can, Linda. So FOGASA sets the standards for guiding in Southern Africa. Remember, it's an association. Okay, you don't have to belong to FOGASA, but it's better to do. Be proud of them. Okay, it sets the standard for field guides in Southern Africa and the code of conduct. When you signed that you want to be a member of FOGASA, there was a set of, I think it's 11 points that you agreed to as a code of conduct as a FOGASA member. Okay, so sets the standards and the code of conduct for guides in Southern Africa, those 2 points.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Okay, I don't see any other questions coming up. Let's move on to geology. Okay. Again, any specific questions with regards to geology? Don't see anybody typing. I will then just go through again, more or less the structure of the exam. Again, the difference between online and written exam is quite different. Okay, online, you have multiple choice questions, and written, you need to write it down. So you have a little bit more freedom to express. If you can't remember a word, maybe explain the word or give an example to show the examiner that I can't remember mineral, but I can explain mineral, if that helps you guys. Okay. So yeah, when it comes to geology, obviously rocks and soil are the 2 important things when it comes to geology. So I would definitely, if I'm you guys, concentrate on rocks, the 3 rock types with examples and some characteristics of those. So, for example, the 3 rock types that we have is igneous rock, sedimentary rock, and metamorphic rock. Okay. Depending on the crystal size of these rocks, when they weather down, that would be the type of soil that you would get from them. Okay. I will look now at questions that's been posed. So, for example, when we have an intrusive igneous rock that forms in the crust of the earth, I have for you guys see here. So, if I have the layers of earth there, can you guys see there? Hope so. I don't have another blackboard. So here we have magma and opening, and the magma pushes into the crust. This is the crust. That's the mantle. Okay, it's just the layers of the earth. Those rocks that are forming in the crust will have large crystals because they take a long time to cool down. And the longer a mineral has to cool down, crystallizing, the bigger the crystals will be. If it goes through as a volcano onto the surface of the earth, then it cools down much quicker, so the crystals are smaller. So if we think of intrusive igneous rock, this one, for example, granite, and we look at extrusive igneous rock, for example, basalt. The granite rock, big crystals will make sandy soil. The basalt, small crystals will make a clay type of soil. Fine soil if you mix water with it to get clay. Okay. So know these type of things. How does sedimentary rock form? So the important part with igneous rock is it cools down and the mineral starts to crystallize. Okay. Sedimentary rock over time, the weathered material will be deposited somewhere and compacted over time into a rock. So you get layers. Sedimentary rock are layers. And then metamorphic rock gives heat pressure on a rock. Let's say granite. Here I have a granite rock. Where? No, I didn't give you a rock. Here's my granite rock. Okay. Heat and pressure on this without melting it. You melt it, goes back to magma. Without melting it. Okay. That will then recrystallize the mineral. So the rock changes. Meta means change. Morph means form. Okay? So the rock changes its form. How? By recrystallizing the mineral. Okay? And that is in a metamorphic rock. In the case of granite, it will form gneiss or ship. Okay. Goldman, can I please ask you to mute yourself? I don't know why I can't mute you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let me just quickly see for questions. Ross will keep that on your performance online. Remember that. Okay, please look at in the chat. Thank you, David. Yes, okay, just exam questions. So please make sure you understand what is a mineral. Make sure you know the 3 rock types. You know how they formed, and you have examples for them. Okay, and then characteristics. But try and understand how the rock was formed, because that will give you an idea of the characteristics of that rock. Okay. Then soils. Why are soils important? Think of it logically. Don't try and memorize the manual. You're going to confuse yourself. We walk on soil every single day. So for a change, think about that soil a bit. Okay. Why is it there? If it wasn't there, plants won't be able to grow. Where are they going to grow if it's just a rock? Okay. We'll only have rock figs. Not really. But all the grasses, all the forbs, all our little wild flowers, where are they going to grow if we don't have soil? Okay. Then there's lots of animals that live in the soil. Earthworms. Where does the dung beetle bury its ball? Okay. The baboon spider, where does that live? In the soil. Okay. So it's also housing for a lot of things. It also keeps temperature much better than the fluctuation of temperature in the atmosphere. Okay, it keeps water, it keeps nutrients. If we just think of soil in a logical way, we don't have to go and sit and try and memorize the manual. I'm pretty sure most of us have planted at least one thing in our lives. Just think of that. Why did you plant that plant there? And that gives you the purpose of soil. And then why should we look after soil? Again, I've just given you most of the answers now, because it is so important for all these things. And therefore, why should we, can't really remember how they asked the question, but what is it that they asked? For example, with off-roading, what soils must we be careful not to disturb? What are the reasons for it? Well, firstly, if we're selfish enough to just think of us as a human, if you go into clay soil, that's it. You're going to get stuck. Okay? Again, thinking of the safety of your guests. But as your wheels are tuning that soil, that mud, you are destroying the composition of that soil. If you're driving in riverbeds, for example, dry riverbeds, you are changing the composition of that soil. You are disturbing that soil habitat. Okay. I've got a question from Michael. Will any of the questions come from the book Art of Nature Guiding? I cannot really say to you yes or no, but what I can say to you, not because they won't let me, it's because I don't know. It's quite a new book that came out, and I think the questions will be phased in over time. I can't see that they will immediately start asking questions of that if it is not something that people must have to be able to pass the NQF2 exam. So I think there might be one question or something, but I don't think it would make a huge part of the exam paper. Does that answer your question, Michael? Thank you. Yes. Things like fossil fuels, please know what fossil fuels are. Need to have some examples of them, or if they give you examples, need to know that those are fossil fuels. And why is geology important for a nature guide? It's very important because it's the base of an ecosystem. We've just established that. It is the start of everything. It is the link, and this is important, the link. Geology is the link between rock that weathers down to form soil. Soil creates the ecosystem base where plants can grow in, your vegetation, and your animals are feeding on the vegetation. So if we didn't have rocks, we won't have soil, we won't have plants, we won't have animals. Okay, does that help you guys? Is there any other questions with regards to geology? Okay, Linda? You can ask Linda. I think you froze.
Two ways, which is, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, up a bit. Can you just start again, please?
I just wanted to ask a question based on the sedimentary rocks. Since sedimentary rocks are formed in two ways. So last day, the question that came, how are sedimentary rocks formed? And then I said they are formed when the
Your signal is going a bit. Sorry, Linda, your signal is going a bit.
or I wrote on the organic.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I'm saying if there was there's always a question that comes, how are sedimentary rocks formed, since they are formed in
Yeah.
two ways. So
Yeah.
if I say sedimentary rocks are formed when the organic matter is buried and compacted, will I be still right?
Did you say burned or buried?
Buried,
Buried. Yeah,
yes.
if I was marking your paper, I would understand what you're meaning. But all they say, if I remember the manual correctly, is that you do get sedimentary rocks that originated from organic matter. Okay, and this layer would have been compacted over time, and you will have a layer with fossil fuels in it, for example. And then the other way is the mechanical way of weathering. Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
A pleasure. Okay, the definition of a native element and the different spheres, lithosphere. Oh, okay. With regards to the NQF2 exam, the only spheres that I would actually, within ecology, they talk about your biosphere and your atmosphere. In geology, it's your lithosphere and your pedosphere, which is your soil sphere. If I can just quickly give you guys a drawing here. Okay, so there are our 4 spheres. Don't know if you guys can see them. Let me see if I can bring the screen closer. You guys see there? So we get the lithosphere, the atmosphere, and the hydrosphere, and connecting all of them is the biosphere. Can you guys see there? Sorry for the bad light there. Let's see, that may be better. You guys are having a good look at my house, huh? Okay, so if we look at those, so, sorry, I just need to plug in my laptop. There we go. So if we look at the lithosphere, part of it is the pedosphere. Okay, if we look at the atmosphere, there we've got the troposphere and the mesosphere and all of those that you will learn in NQF4. And then the hydrosphere. So this is all our rocks, soil, all abiotic, atmosphere, abiotic, all our gases and vapor, although vapor is part of the hydrosphere. Hydrosphere is everything to do with water. And they stand alone, okay? The one can be without the other. Where the biosphere, all living, remember biotic and abiotic. Biotic is everything within the biosphere. They need all of these to be able to survive. And then in the lithosphere, we have the pedosphere, which specifically talks about soil. David, does that answer your question? I presume so. Any other questions with regards to geology? Anything you would like me to explain?
Yeah, sorry, Letitia, how's it? Hoe gaan dit? Alles goed? Good, man. Sorry, just that native element, I've seen that sometimes come through. You know, what is a native element?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just-
Okay. Do you want to explain it, David?
Yeah, guys, it's just, you remember rocks in general, you often look at granite, the one that Letitia used, that there are quite a few minerals in granite. But then you often find rocks that only has one mineral, like gold or platinum. So just know exactly what a native element is.
Yeah. So native element, if you want to describe it, as David said, it is a rock with one or maybe a bit of think of mining, okay? Where there's gold mine, it's where the rock has, sorry, I'm just admitting someone, where the rock has the majority, there's differences in percentages, but anything of 90% and up, in that rock, there's one mineral. For example, gold, or silver, or copper, titanium, and this is where all our mining takes place. Okay, are we good with geology? Any other questions with regards to geology? Anything you wanted to explain? Glad to see David here, he can help me as well. Can we move on to weather and climate? Module 3. Okay, got no complaints, so let's carry on. I'm just going to take this off my window. Okay, first and foremost, you need to understand what is weather and what is climate. Okay, what is the difference between the two? The short version of it is weather is over a short period of time. There's many different things that changes within weather. You can just think of it. This an hour ago, it was sunny out here and quite warm, and now we've got a big cloud over us, which was probably caused by the heat. And now the wind is quite cooler. We've got a bit of a stronger wind blowing now. So when we look, Linda, can you just mute yourself, please? If we think of weather, there's a lot of factors that changes in weather: temperature, precipitation, cloud formation, atmospheric pressure, all those things that can change, wind strength, wind direction. And then if we think of climate, climate is the weather that was taken in an area over a long period of time, and they got the average of that and said, this is the climate for this region. Okay, if we take the western side of South Africa and the eastern side of South Africa, on the eastern side, our climate is hot, wet summers, and we will talk about why that is like that in a few minutes, and cold to medium winters, that is dry, no rain. If climate change is not going to change that. And then on the western side, we have warm, dry summers and cold to very cold, wet winters. So over a period of approximately 30 years, they took the average of the weather in that area and then said, this is the climate. It usually gives you your seasons. Okay, so know the difference between weather and climate. Okay. And then when it comes to weather and climate, clouds is very important. Know your different clouds. And I do not have enough time to give you, that's one lecture on its own, just with clouds. But how is a cloud formed? Very easy. Remember 5 things. Okay. There's 3 things. Things is not the right word to use. Sorry, my brain is a bit fogged today. You need the sun. There's three aspects. That's it. Three things, three aspects that need to be there. You need the sun because you need heat. Okay. You need a water source, and you need a low pressure cell, a low pressure system. Why do we need a low pressure system? And we will talk about low and high pressure systems just now. Why do we need a low pressure system? Because we need, where does hot air want to go? Up. A low pressure system is warm air, and we got the heat from the sun. Okay, so we have the sun, we have a dam or a river, and now we have air that is moving up. Those three things need to be there. Then there's two processes that take place. We have evaporation that takes place, and we have condensation that takes place. And that's your 5 points that you need to remember. But draw yourself a nice little picture with the sun, a body of water, air that's moving up. Okay. Now the sun, the heat from the sun baking down on the water causes evaporation to take place. What does that mean? It means that water changes its condition. It changes from a liquid form into a gaseous form, and we call that vapor. Okay. Now, because the air can now take this light form of water, a gaseous form of water, up with it, it will reach a point in the sky. If you go on your weather app, it will tell you what it will be today, where there's a specific temperature that condensation will now take place. What happens when condensation takes place? The gaseous water changes back into a liquid form. And in that liquid form, that is a cloud. Sun, water, low pressure cell, up movement of warm air, evaporation, which changes water from liquid to vapor, gaseous form, moves up to a specific temperature, where condensation takes place, water moves from gaseous back into a liquid form, and voila, you have a cloud. Okay, so understand cloud formation, and then the different cloud types. So as I say, I really don't have enough time because there's 5 words you can use: cumulus, strato, nimbo, alto, and tyro. And those words more or less tell you exactly the characteristics of the clouds. The height, for example, the first 3 are low clouds under 2,000 meters. Your cumulo, your strato, and your nimbus. And then we have our medium height cloud, alto. And then we have our high clouds up to from about 6,000 to 12,000 meters. That is our cirrus clouds. And if you just take the manual and make little compartments for those 5 types of, these are words, not clouds, okay? And see what it means. And then clouds will start to make sense to you, because if you take your cumulo and you add a strato to it, strato which is layered, low, cumulo puffy, big, so it's these big puffy clouds that are starting to clock together and make layers, that will then give you specific weather. So when it comes to your cloud types, know your cloud types and know what weather can be expected from them. I've just got a question from Melissa here. Could you please explain question 12 and 13 from the workbook, the summer weather patterns and the winter weather patterns? Okay, I will do that now. I just want to quickly explain something that a lot of people get wrong in the exam, and that is your low pressure cell and your high pressure cell. Okay, so these are 2 columns of air. Okay, it can be over thousands of kilometers, not a small little thing in your house. This one is a low pressure cell, Okay, and this one is a high pressure cell. Now, I think the words in there confuse people. Low pressure doesn't mean the air is low on the ground. Okay? In a low pressure cell, we have warm air. In a high pressure cell, we have cold air. And as soon as you can just remember those two, low pressure cell has warm air and high pressure cell has cold air, then the rest should make sense to you. Because where does warm air want to go? Up. That's why we have windows and air vents at the top of our house. Because warm air will rise and it will escape out my house, and my house is cooler. Okay. So in warm air, the air goes upward in a clockwise direction. Up. The air goes up. And cold air, where does that want to go? Down. Okay? So cold air goes anti-clockwise down. So just remember, warm, we all know warm air wants to go up and cold air wants to come down. So just remember, low pressure cell is warm air, so it goes up. A high pressure cell is cold air, so it goes down. Okay, I hope that clears up something for you guys there. Because then if you go through the rest, when they talk about cold fronts, where they talk about warm fronts, coastal lows, tropical cyclones, when I talk about those things, it makes more sense. Now, let's, for example, just look at a cold front. To have a cold front, you first need a low pressure cell. You need warm air. Otherwise, how do you know it's getting cold if it's not warm first? Okay. So I need cold air to come in to this warm air. And as the cold air hits the column of warm air, it pushes it up, because where does the cold air want to go? And I know you guys can't answer me, so it feels like I'm talking to myself, but the cold air wants to go down and the warm air wants to go up. So where does the cold air go? Under the warm air. So it makes sense. If it goes under the warm air, it's going to push this warm air even quicker up, and warm air that goes up, what happens? Warm air that goes up forms clouds, if a lot of things are in place. But as the warm air goes up, now we get cloud formation, and there's a possibility for thunder and lightning and a big rainstorm, where if I have cold air, if I have a high pressure cell with cold air in it, and now I have warm air coming in, where does the warm air want to go? Up. It's just going to go over the cold air, because the cold air wants to go down. So the warm air just goes over. And then we get just normal fair weather. It's usually our, in the low veld, it's our nice winter weather. Okay. Just a nice warmer winter day. But if that warm air that is coming is unstable, and it pushes it up, so it's very intense, okay? As it pushes it up, you can then have a freak thunderstorm in winter here in the low veld. Okay. So please understand high pressure cells and low pressure cells, and that will explain to you cold fronts, warm fronts, tropical cyclones, and what's the other one? Coastal lows. And there's another one as well that I can't remember now. Something in latitude. Okay, so please remember that, and you will get questions with regards to that. The paper is about weather and climate, so most of the questions will be based around what weather can you expect? What influence does it have on the climate? Okay, so please learn it in that way. Let me just quickly see the classic drawings of cold and warm fronts. Pre-contact, on contact, post contact. Good to know. Yeah. Thank you, David. Next thing is wind. Okay, you need to know your wind. your anabatic, katabatic, mountain breeze, berg winds, you need to know those. Yeah. And also be able to draw them. Relatively easy drawing for, or let me give you this quickly. People get confused between anabatic and katabatic winds. And they don't know how to remember it. Easy. Anna is a woman, and who is she? She's awake during the day. Okay? Anna is an anabatic wind. So it is when, as the sun rises, it warms up the surface of the earth. Therefore, the cold air that was settled there during the night now warms up. Where does warm air want to go? Up. So up the eastern slope. There goes Anna, climbing the mountain during the day. Okay. Anabatic. Katabatic, cat. I know it's spelled with a K, but katabatic, cat. When are cats awake? At night. So it's as the sun goes down. Now the cold air comes down the mountain, settles in the valleys at night. And this can cause gust winds. And why are these two winds, for example, I'm just using these two as an example. Why are these two important? If you're going to go and do a hike early in the morning with guests, you need to be you need to take note of the fact that there might be katabatic winds early in the morning. These will also cause some fog. And then at night, if you want to maybe go on a game drive, a night drive, you might have gust winds, katabatic winds that come through at night. Or you plan to make a boma dinner with a big bonfire, and now you've got katabatic winds coming and you're setting the bush alight. Okay. So think of it in the sense of being a guide of it. So then with regards to climate, okay, sort of touched on it already, but I'm just going to elaborate a little bit more. This is a very simplistic version of the climate formed in the eastern side of Southern Africa and the western side of Southern Africa. There's far more factors at play, but you are not writing a big essay on the climate of South Africa. So just understand the following. On the eastern side of South Africa, we have the Indian Ocean with a warm current, warm water flowing from north to south. Okay, that's the direction. So keep that in your mind. So on the eastern side, I have the Agalas in the Indian Ocean that goes from north to south, and it's warm, warm water. On the western side, we have the Atlantic Ocean with the Benguela current that goes from south to north. Okay, and it is a cold front, a cold current. David, I'll read that just now. Now, just think of those. And then here in the middle, we have the interior plateau that is flat with no obstacles. Who's ever driven through the Karoo? Little tallbosse and a few plants that farmers have planted in houses and a few fences. But it's flat. Okay. Now these things all play a role, as well as a lot of things that is happening over the poles and the equator. But just think of it logically. Okay. The warm water will give us warm air that will move in over the land. The cold air of the cold water will give us cold air that moves over. And what is the difference between cold air and warm air? Warm air can hold moisture, cold air don't hold moisture. So that's why you have less rainfall here, especially here on the west coast. Most of the plants and stuff is more adapted towards having that mist coming over from the ocean because of the cold water. And over here, especially in summer when it's quite warm, we get our summer rainfall here. We get winter rainfall here. We get dry winters that are not that cold on this side with our nice warm water. And on this side with the cold water, quite cold winters, okay, and mild summers. Let me just quickly read what David is saying. List of those questions in the world about different implications. Explain from major driving forces of the ocean. Thank you, David and Melissa. From that explanation of David there, yes, when we look at what influences climate within South Africa, the major forces is this, what I've just spoken about, our oceans, okay, then also our latitude, and then the altitude. Those three things are important when it comes to what influences the climate. Thanks for that, David. And I've made a few notes here, so I just want to check. So we spoke about our frontal systems, we spoke about our pressure cells, we spoke about wind, we spoke about cloud formation and the differences between wind, weather and climate, and then also what influences the climate in Southern Africa. Is there anything else?
Yeah, sorry, Letitia. I think that one classic question there, why are clouds important to guides? You know, with regards, sure, it dictates weather, you know, you can be able to tell weather, but it's also beautiful, guys. I'm sure some of you might be photographers. Remember, the word photography means to paint with light. So if you have some spectacular clouds in the background, you know, don't forget to initiate those moments with your guests.
Thank you, David. That is awesome. Okay, so just to elaborate on what David said there, with regards to clouds, why is it important for you as a guide? Certain clouds can indicate, I think it's your cirrocumulus clouds, might be wrong on that one, that indicates a warm front on its way. It's about 100 kilometers before a warm front. So if you're planning something in the morning and you see those clouds, you know that you probably, or you plan in the afternoon, you're probably going to get a warm front the next day. Big cumulonimbus clouds forming, you know, you might just need to get your guests to have some raincoats because there might be a thunderstorm in the afternoon. So it can help you to plan your itinerary for the day. Okay, and that's quite important, that you don't have to make excuses for your guests the whole time. Yeah, awesome. Anything else with weather and climate? Can we move on to astronomy? Yeah, and usually when I'm marking the papers, astronomy is one of those sections that people sort of try to memorize the manual and then they get a bit confused. Yeah, so let's look at the different things. Guys, you need to know what is a galaxy and you need to know what is a solar system. You need to know what is a star. You need to know what is a planet. So just quick references to it. Solar systems falls within galaxies. Galaxies is a large collection of stars. So if you're outside at night and you see that Milky Way going, which goes to our galactic center, you can actually see that from Earth. that is a large collection of stars that are interacting, gravitationally interacting, pushing and pulling each other to stay in place around a common center. Okay, that's a galaxy. We fall within that galaxy as a solar system. So the solar system is one star, and its planets, moons, asteroids, meteors that are orbiting that star. Okay, so a galaxy is hundreds of thousands of millions of stars. A solar system is one star with its associating planets, moons, and all galactic or celestial objects that are orbiting it. That one star. Okay. And for our solar system, that star is called Solus, or as we all commonly know it, the sun. Okay. Then what is the difference between a planet and a star? A planet is a solid object. Now, if I have a torch and this is a solid object and I switch a light on, that solid object is reflecting the light back to me. So planets reflect light because they are solid objects, where stars emit light, they create light. It is the torch that I'm switching on, that is the star. The light shining on an object, that is the planet. Okay, so planets are solid objects that are reflecting light. Therefore, if I look up in the sky as a guide and I see light in the sky that looks like a star, but it's not flickering, then I know that is a planet. If I look up in the night and it takes you a little while, you must do some stargazing, and you see a flickering light, you know that is a star. Okay, so stars give off light. They don't reflect light. They give off light. Okay, so know the difference between that. So you get a question in the exam, for example, is our sun a star or a planet? It is a star. Okay. Otherwise, we won't be warm, because with that light that it emits comes heat. Okay, so know those things. Know the planets and their position from the sun that is in our solar system. A couple of questions can come from that. Which planet is closest to the sun? Which planet is closest to Earth? Which is the largest planet? Which is the smallest planet? Name the 3 dwarf planets. These things are being recorded, so you can always go and listen to it afterwards. When will you do stargazing? Obviously not at full moon. We're going to do it at new moon, because at full moon the light, the night sky lights up, so you see less stars. At new moon, and we'll talk about the phases of the moon just now. At new moon, the sky is nice and dark and you can see far more stars. Yeah. Let me just look at my notes here. A question that a lot of people battle with, and I battle to pronounce it. Those that have ever watched my videos, you know I battle to pronounce certain things. So I hope you enjoy that. Megalithic, I hope I got that one right. Clouds. Okay, these are dwarf galaxies. The greater and the lesser galaxies that we can see from Earth. Please take note of that one. People tend to misread that in the manual, I think, because they, thank you, Michael. Michael is saying Newman, also known as Poacher's Moon. Yes. No. Full moon. Poacher's Moon. full moon. Then I don't need to use torches, Michael. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the galaxy. Then some other questions are, what are the names of the pointers in the Southern Cross, for example? Okay, Alpha Centauri, Beta Centauri. Name the stars in the Southern Cross. Okay, Alpha Crucis, Beta Crucis, Delta Crucis, Gamma Crucis. Be able to point out how you would find south with the Southern Cross. When you do that, please, I mark a lot of papers and it gets very frustrating. I'll lift the laptop up just now. When you are making a drawing, please label that drawing. You cannot believe what weird and wonderful drawings I get, and I'm like, I don't know, are you drawing your mother-in-law? I don't know what it is. Yeah. So if you're drawing how to find south with the Southern Cross, indicate it nice. Okay, the marker is not going to be so pedantic that they take a ruler and measure if everything is absolutely in place. But if you can just label your drawing, it makes it much easier to draw. So let's say you've got your 4 stars of the Southern Cross, and here we have our pointers. Okay, so just call this one Crucis. Okay, and this is Alpha and Beta and Delta and Gamma. Okay, and these ones are Centauri. And this is Alpha and that is Beta. Now I know you know which stars we're talking about. Now go and draw. It's not to scale, please. Please indicate here that that must be at 90 degrees. I'll bring the screen closer just now. Okay? And this point here is celestial. South. And this point here is true south. Okay. We'll bring it up for you. Can you guys see? So sorry about the light. Okay, but label the drawing so I can see what you mean, especially something like this, the 90 degrees. Because that makes a massive difference. If you don't use the 90 degree there, then you're not going to get through south. The same with when we were talking about wind. I get people that just draw this. I don't know what that means. Is that a cup? Is it a hole in the ground? What is it? Please label your drawings. It makes it so much easier. And if I need 1 point somewhere or 2 points maximum to help you, and you give me a good understanding of the work, makes it easier for me to get you those extra points. Okay. Okay, your other constellations that you need to know is Antares, Scorpio, and important stars in Scorpio. I think there's at least 4 important stars in Scorpio that you need to know. Kisha is asking if people can maybe turn off their cameras to save bandwidth. It's okay on my side. Antares, the heart of Scorpion, and then we've got the pinches, and we've got, excuse me, the head. Know those stars. Then in Orion, please know those stars. We have Betelgeuse, Beliatrix, Tyre, Rigel. We have the 3 kings, Mantaka, Alninam, Alnitak. We have the Great Nebula of Orion, which the middle is, it's the middle star in the dagger. It's actually a nebula. It's actually not a star. It's one of our active nebulas that is a great birthplace of stars. Know when you can see these constellations, okay? Don't tell me winter and summer or things like that. So Orion is our, as I just said, don't just say summer, but it's the summer month, which is from November to May, and then Scorpio from May to November. Southern Cross is visible all year round. My Galaxy J4, I've just muted you. Okay, so that's our constellations. Then we're looking at the phases of the moon. Okay, so there's two things that you need to know. It is the shape of the moon and the phase that the moon is in. So when it is from new moon, now new moon is when we can't see the moon, okay, when we have the sun, the moon, and the earth in a straight line. So the sun, the moon, and the earth, that is new moon. Okay, then we have half moon. Then we have full moon. How do we describe full moon? When the sun, earth, moon is in a straight line. Okay. How do we describe half moon? When the moon is at a 90-degree angle to the earth and only half of the moon is illuminated, shines. Then we have another half moon. And then we have new moon again. And in between, we have other shapes. I'm just talking about the shapes of the moon now. So we have new moon, two half moons, and full moon. Then, between new moon and half moon, we have a crescent moon. And on this side again, a crescent moon. And then we have a gibbous moon, where a little bit of the moon is cut off. I call it the small smile and the big smile moon, the sickle moon or crescent moon. And then we get a gibbous moon. So those are shapes. How do we describe that shape? We describe how much of the moon is visible. So new moon, the moon is not visible. It's not illuminated. Okay? Crescent moon, where less than half of the moon is illuminated or visible. Half moon, when half of the moon is visible. Gibbous moons, the two gibbous moons, is when more than half of the moon is visible. And full moon is when the entire moon is visible. Okay, then we get our moon phase that it is. When the moon goes from new moon to full moon, for those that ever remembered, what was that karate movie, Karate Kid, when he went to go and see his friend that taught him how to do karate, it was wax on and wax off. Okay, so wax on from new moon to full moon, the phase that the moon is in a waxing phase. And when the moon goes from full moon to new moon, it's waning. You can see full, then it is our gibbous moon, then it's half a moon, then it's our crescent moon, and then there's no moon. It's waning back, okay? And then it is waxing on again. So how do we describe those two? If you have to define a waxing moon or a waning moon. So a waxing moon is when the moon is in the phase from new moon to full moon. And a waning moon is, a waning phase is when the moon is from full moon going through to new moon again. And that is your phases of the moon. Okay, next thing is ocean tide. I had some questions emailed to me with regards to ocean tides. And it's practically the same as this. There's two things that is important with our ocean tides, and it is the sun and the moon. And the distance it is from the earth. The moon is closer to the earth, so therefore it has a much bigger impact on the water sources on the earth. Okay, it's gravitationally pulling the water sources towards it. But the sun also plays a role. It's just further away, so it has less of an impact, but it still has an impact. So both of them has an impact on the water of the earth, mainly our oceans, but also our big lakes. Yeah, so when we have the sun and the moon, earth, yeah. So this is new moon and this is full moon. Now think of it. The sun has an impact on the water and the moon has an impact on the water. So the sun sits with about 60% of, 40% of impact, and the moon 60%. So when we have the sun, moon, and earth in a straight line, we have 100% pull on our water sources. So that's when we have a higher high tide and a lower low tide. As soon as the moon moves away, the water pulls back much further at the ocean. So this one and that one is called the spring tide. Okay, where the sun, the moon, and the earth is in a straight line. So then we have spring tides. When we have the sun, the moon, and the earth in that specific line, we have higher high tides and lower low tides. When we have the sun, the earth, and then the moon, then we have a normal spring tide with normal high tides and normal low tides. If I can explain that a bit for those that has ever been to the ocean, if you're lying on the beach and it is the higher spring tide, you actually leave the beach because, excuse me, the ocean totally consumes the beach, especially if you go to Sodwana Bay, for example. And then if it is a normal spring tide, it just means you move yourself a little bit back because the high tide is coming in, but you don't have to leave the beach. Okay, but both of them are called spring tides. Then we get neap tides. And this happens during our new moons. Oh, scrap that. Delete. Take your eraser. Half moons, not new moons. Half moons. Okay. When the sun and the moon is at a 90-degree angle to the earth. Okay, so here I have my 40% And there I'm putting with my 60%. And then not much happens because it's pulling it in 90-degree opposite sides. So what happens is we get lower high tide and higher low tide. So all that means, as confusing as that sounds, if this is my bottle of water, okay, you guys can see there, all that happens is about that much change. When it is spring tide, that much will change between high tide and low tide. With neap tide, that's about it. It literally just looks like a little bit of a swell and a little bit of a drop. There's not much difference between high and low tide. So if you're lying on the beach, you practically don't really have to move. Okay. And then in the same thing, we get our eclipses, our lunar eclipse and our solar eclipse. Our lunar eclipse is when the shadow of the Earth is falling on the moon, called the umbra. Okay, so if I have the sun, and I have the Earth, and I have the moon, and the sun rays are going past the Earth, but also now the Earth shadow is falling on the moon. So it's not physically that you can't see the moon, it is that the shadow of the Earth falls on the moon and therefore it looks like you can't see the moon. Okay. So that gives us a lunar eclipse. How do we get it? When the sun, the Earth, and the moon is in a straight line. When the sun and then the moon and then the Earth is in a straight line, then the shadow of the moon is falling on the Earth during the day, and therefore it looks like we can't see the sun. Okay, so it becomes dark during the day due to the shadow of the moon on the Earth. Okay, and that is a solar eclipse. David, can you think of any other pointers that we can mention there?
You know, what is the sun made out of? You know, they've asked that before, hydrogen and helium.
Yes, the gas composed of the sun.
Yeah, I've also seen them asking, you know, with the speed of light, how long does it take for the light of the moon, you know, to reach us? It's just over three seconds. It's an interesting one. You know, we all know about the sun, you know, taking just over 8 minutes, but we don't often think about the moonlight. But yeah, I think otherwise everything else has been covered.
And for dome,
Oh yes, yeah, yep.
I just don't want to give very specific questions, David. We must just speak general. Otherwise, it's a bit unfair to people that didn't have this opportunity. So, yeah, learn about Vredefort Dome. Go read up about it a bit, what it is, what is the significance of it. What is the moon actually? Natural satellite. There's a lot of little true and false questions that can come from astronomy. Okay, because there's a lot of little facts, but don't go into too much detail now. What is the brightest star in the night sky? What is the significance of Alpha Centauri? Those type of things. Go read up a little bit about it. Can I just have a quick 2-minute break? I just need to quickly visit the bathroom. I'll be back just now. David, if you want to continue with sharing some stuff, as long as it's not specific exam questions, I would appreciate that. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'm also going to go for a break.
Okay, give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back Okay, we can start again. So, quick coffee. Give us strength for the next section. Okay, everybody ready to rock and roll again? Awesome. Let's go on to, I think the next section would be, just get some people left and joining again. Can you just join? Okay, we're going to go on to ecology now. And as geology, ecology is a very important part of, just miss some people. Can you guys just please mute? Mute yourselves, please. Ecology plays a major role, okay, as a guide. It helps to give your guests a holistic view of nature and not just specific facts about a tree, for example. So if you're talking about, say, a leadwood tree, it's placing it within that ecosystem and the significance of that tree in that ecosystem, and not just when it flowers and what insect you will find on it. You know, when you're talking to guests, it mustn't feel to them that they're going to write the test of the guided experience that you gave them. Put it in a story form. So this is where ecology helps you, is to complete that story, to put specific animals or groups of them, birds of them, or trees or grass or birds, snakes, frogs, to put them into the ecosystem and to tell the significance of them in that ecosystem. And that gives people such a nice holistic view. It enhances your capabilities or your skill in guiding so much more. Okay. Okay, so let's look at ecology. Firstly, especially for NQF2, definitions are very important. Okay, and the reason for it is not to try and catch you guys, and it's not to try and put a bigger learning workload on you. But if you don't have a sound foundation of what things are about, you cannot answer guest questions and you can't give that holistic view at the end of the day. Okay, so understand the definition. Don't try and learn it like a parrot. It's not going to work. There are too many definitions in this. Where's my manual? In this book, there are too many definitions and you're going to feel overloaded and never going to make it. Understand it. Okay, so especially in this section, if you do not understand a specific definition, let's spend some time on it and let me try and help. And if David can also pop in, help and get you to understand it. So let's start with the word ecology. So anything that ends with a logy, ecology, geology, ecology, anything with L-O-G-Y, means that it is a scientific study. So you can always start your definition with it's a scientific study. Okay, that's why you get the ecologist, a geologist. Okay, it's an occupation. So you can start your definition when it ends with a logy, with exception to astronomy. Okay, that's also something I forgot. You must also know what's the difference between astronomy and astrology. Okay, astronomy, sorry, I'm jumping in now here in ecology, but astronomy is a study of, in small terms, the universe. Okay, where astrology is the predicting of the future through zodiac signs, through stars and planets and those type of things. That is not a scientific study. Okay, but back to ecology. Ecology is a scientific study, and now of what? What is the ecologist studying? It's firstly studying all our biotic organisms, living things, okay? All the abiotic factors. Please make sure you use the right terminology here. I'm sometimes lenient when it comes to exam, but you've got to be careful. Abiotic cannot be an organism. It's a factor or an element, okay? Where biotic are organisms, living things and non-living factors, living organisms and non-living factors. So firstly, we study that, okay? So study of the biotic organisms and the abiotic factors or elements. Then these things have a relationship with each other. Biotic living organisms have relationships with each other. And later on in ecology, we're going to look at those type of relationships, okay? They also have a relationship with abiotic elements. Like, for example, photosynthesis is a great example of a relationship where the sun and a plant has a relationship with each other, okay? The sun heat or energy is being absorbed by the chlorophyll in the plant so that photosynthesis can take place. So there's a relationship between biotic and biotic. There's also a relationship between biotic and abiotic. And there's also a relationship between abiotic and abiotic. Take, for example, the sun baking down on a granite kopje, a rocky outcrop, and the iron in the rock starts to expand and the rock breaks. That's a relationship between two abiotic elements, the heat from the sun and the rock itself. And then there's also processes involved in this, in ecology. So let's just start again. It's a study of biotic and abiotic, the relationships between them, okay? And then the processes that are involved. And there's only two processes involved, two major processes involved. And that is production and decomposition. And that is quite important to understand the difference between production and decomposition. Okay, production is when carbon is placed back into elements. Okay, so sorry, my mind just went there, but when the plant actually takes up the carbon dioxide, it's where it gets the carbon again to put it back into the plant. Okay. And now when decomposition takes place, where there's only two true decomposers, our bacteria and our fungi, they remove the carbon again. Some of it gets released into the atmosphere, some of it is stored in the soil. Okay. And those are processes that are involved. What happens to the carbon? So a quick definition again, it differs slightly from that in the manual, but it means the same thing. The ecology is the study of biotic and abiotic factors, the relationships between them, and the processes involved, production and decomposition. I hope that clears up the definition of ecology a little bit for you guys and you understand it better. Okay. Now within ecology, we also have different levels of organization. And this helps you as a guide to talk about these different levels that we find in nature. So if one impala is running past your game viewing vehicle, that is an individual, one of a species. Okay. Now the rest of the herd of the impalas come running past your vehicle on its way to the waterhole, and that is a population. Now, important here, if you define a population, please add the words that they can interbreed. Okay, so a population is many individuals of the same species that can interbreed. again, if you cannot remember all of these things, give an example as I'm giving it to you. Yeah. The next level is a community. Okay, so community is when not just the impalas are running past my vehicle, there's some zebras that join. Yeah. So now I have impalas and zebras that is passing the vehicle, and I'm talking to my guest. And what am I saying to my guest? Here we have a beautiful community passing. Okay. And if they have question marks on their faces, they don't know what you mean with a community. Because you have a good foundation, now you can explain it to them. Impalas is a population, zebras is a population, but these two together form a community because they do not interbreed. And you guys see why that is important. With a population, they interbreed, they give little impalas that can breed again. But impalas and zebras do not mate. They don't create little embryos. If that makes sense. Okay. And even if they could, those little embryos will be sterile. They won't be able to reproduce. Okay. So they do not interbreed with each other. So we've done individual, we've done population, we've done community. The next one is a ecosystem. So what are we adding to this now? We're adding the environment to it. Okay, so what is an ecosystem? An ecosystem is all the different communities together in their natural environment and how they interact with each other. Okay, so now we're adding abiotic factors, we're adding nutrients, we're adding abiotic factors like, for example, water, soil. Okay, so that forms our ecosystem. The ecosystem is a unit. Okay, you always, if you are studying an ecosystem, you have to define which unit am I talking about. Okay, I'm talking about this elephant pile of dung. That's an ecosystem there. Okay, in this ecosystem, I have biotic organisms, I have abiotic factors that play a role. There's relationships between them. And that is my micro little unit that I'm talking about. If we talk about the global ecosystem of the world, we will throw in the Amazon, we'll throw in the ocean. We're talking about a global ecosystem now, but the basis of an ecosystem stays the same. It's the biotic and the abiotic within the environment. Okay, and that is our ecosystem. Our next level is just expanding that to a biome. Okay, and a lot of people fall out when it even comes to the biome module. That is unfortunately a learning module. There's not much I can explain there. You need to do some summaries there and learn it. Excuse me. But if we look at a biome, just to be able to define a biome, it's a large ecological zone, okay, that has a similar climate, geology, and therefore it will have similar plant life and therefore similar animal life. Okay. So if we look at the savanna biome, because of its geology and a couple of other factors as well, but geology and because of its climate, we will have certain soils, we will have certain rainfall, our climate would be dry in the winter and it would be wet in the summer and it's nice warm weather. Okay, and that gives a place for specific plants to grow. So throughout the savanna biome, we will have different ecozones and different habitats, but in general, we will have the same types of plants and therefore the same types of animals in that area. And that is then defined as a biome. Okay. And while we're on that biome, later in the manual, they talk about ecozones and habitat. The ecozone is within the biome itself. So if we have the savanna biome, we now sit with an area that has more grasses, for example, and you'll talk about a grass savanna. Okay, it's still the savanna, but it is a more grassland area within the savanna. And that will then be an ecozone. It's big enough that you can map it within that large biome. Okay, where a habitat would be something like a koppie. We can't go and map every single koppie. Okay, our maps will be too integrated. It's not the right word, but anyway, something like that. Too messy. Okay. A habitat is a specific area, like for example, the koppie, that plays a specific role in the ecosystem or in that ecozone, which forms the larger biome. And then lastly, we have the biosphere. Now, I know in your manuals, they say it's the thin layer around the earth that supports life. That's a very general statement. Just think of it, the biosphere, we had it on the board or on my window earlier, okay? And the biosphere is everything living. And that cannot exist without the other spheres, our lithosphere, our atmosphere, and our hydrosphere. Okay. So it is everything living is our biosphere. So the entire Earth, everything living on the entire Earth. So those are the levels, and I usually get a lot of difficulty with people answering those things. So I hope that explains it slightly better for you guys. Okay. We quickly look at my notes here. We've covered biotic and abiotic. You guys don't know what that means. Then we have our food chains and our food webs. Okay. So let's first talk about a food chain. A food chain is a very specific way that energy flows through an ecosystem. It starts with a specific producer and it ends with a specific tertiary consumer. Okay. And this is where the trophic pyramid comes in. It's a nice visual way of presenting a food chain. Okay, it's the energy flow through an ecosystem, but a very specific one. A food web is a lot of these food chains together forms a food web. So let me explain it this way. If we have grass, let's have a specific grass, let's say white buffalo grass, for example, for the older folks like myself, that used to be guinea grass. Okay, and now we have a grasshopper that is feeding on the white buffalo grass. Okay, so the white buffalo grass is my producer. My first consumer or primary consumer is the organism that specifically feeds on that producer. Okay, so now I have elegant grasshoppers, for example, that are feeding on the white buffalo grass. That is my primary consumer. Our primary consumers are herbivores, but can also be omnivores. Okay. Then we get our secondary consumer that would now specifically feed on elegant grasshoppers or grasshoppers in general. They're not that specific. Okay. So our secondary consumer is organisms that feed, and please be a little bit, show a little bit more insight than to say our secondary consumer are those organisms that are feeding on primary consumers. Okay. Primary consumers are usually our herbivores. Okay, so our secondary consumer is the organisms that feed on plant-eating organisms. Okay, so let's say it is a sand snake. Okay. Or spotted bush snake. Let's take a spotted bush snake. So that now eats the grasshopper, which is now my secondary consumer. And then my tertiary consumer can be a brown snake eagle, for example. Okay. Apex predator, which will now feed on other meat-eating organisms. Okay. Vultures, hyenas, jackals, these are all tertiary consumers. So it just depends on, in your food chain, what are the organisms that you are talking about? And it's a very, very awesome tool if you want to do research on, for example, elegant grasshoppers, to use it in a trophic pyramid. Sorry, I'm just hearing something outside. Okay, use a trophic pyramid if you want to learn more about something. Let's say a guest asks you, what organism is that? And you say, oh, it's an elegant grasshopper. Or maybe you didn't know. Go look it up. You now know it's an elegant grasshopper. Go and see what do they actually feed on and what actually eats them and what eats them again. Okay. And you're going to learn so much more at the end of the day than just, oh, this is an elegant grasshopper. Okay. Just a tip there. And then obviously a food web is, if I take grass in general, there's lots of things that are out there because there's grass. Okay. And because there's birds, there's insects, there's what else eats grass? There's little mammals, there's larger mammals. Because of all of these organisms that feed on grass, there will now be other organisms that feed on them. And they will interlink with each other. So now we get all of these different food chains that will interlink with each other, and that represents a food web at the end of the day. Yeah, I hope that makes a bit more sense. Now, if we move a bit on to relationships, okay, so remember we said when we defined ecology that it is biotic and abiotic factors and their interrelationships with each other. Now, if we look at biotic to biotic, there's a lot of relationships we get. We get symbiotic relationships. We get predation as a relationship. We get competition between animals as a relationship. Okay. And those are the three relationships that is covered in your manual. So if we look at a symbiotic relationship, we're looking at a very specific relationship between two organisms. Okay. And how they influence each other. And this relationship can be on a permanent basis, something like lichen, for example, or it can be a temporary relationship. Okay. For example, oxpecker on a rhino. That's not a permanent thing. That oxpecker maybe tomorrow goes to another rhino. Okay. But with lichen and with lichen, the relationship between fungi and algae, that's a permanent relationship. Yeah. So we're looking at relationships between two organisms. I'm defining symbiotic relationship now, symbiosis. Okay. It's between two organisms, either temporary or permanent, and how do they influence on each other? So that influence will determine whether it's a mutualistic symbiosis, a commensalism, or a parasitic relationship, okay, or symbiosis. When we're looking at mutualism, the result must be beneficial to both. Okay, so in some way, the oxpecker on the buffalo gets rid of its parasites, and the oxpecker is getting blood out of the ticks. Okay. There's something else there. If the oxpecker is keeping open the wound on the rhino, then it's not mutualism anymore. Then it becomes parasitism. Okay, just something to think about. So the relationship in a mutualistic symbiosis needs to be beneficial to both of the organisms in that relationship. In commensalism, one of the organisms are benefiting and the other one is not at all influenced. Okay. So, for example, a bird's nest in a tree. The tree gets no benefit from the bird. In some cases, there might be pollination or things like that, but specifically the tree doesn't really care whether there's a bird's nest in it or not. But the bird is getting all the benefit from it. Okay, it's got a safe place to lay its eggs in the nest. It's got a safe place for its chicks to grow up. Okay, so that is commensalism. And then we get parasitism. Parasitism is where the host is negatively influenced and the parasite is positively influenced. Yeah, it's something like a mistletoe on a leadwood tree. We've got quite a couple here by us. And the leadwood tree is definitely not benefiting from the mistletoe, but the mistletoe is benefiting and it's actually taking nutrients from the tree. And that would be parasitism. Okay, so under symbiosis, we have the three: mutualistic, commensalism, and parasitism. Then our next relationship is predation. And with predation, the difference that it has to parasitism is predation, the intent, the reason why it is killing is so that it can get energy as quickly as possible. Doesn't want to run after the impala. The lion doesn't want to run after the impala for 6 months. It will die in the meantime. Okay. So it wants to kill to get energy. Wants to spend the least amount of energy to get the most amount of energy. Where with a parasite, its intent is not to kill. Think of that mistletoe on the leadwood tree. It doesn't have little sneakers, little tackies, that if the leadwood tree dies, it goes like, okay, thanks, that was awesome. I'm going to the next leadwood tree. And there it climbs down and it goes to the next leadwood tree. No, if it kills the leadwood tree, the parasite also dies. So its intent is not to kill. Okay. Where with predation, the intent is to kill. Okay, so just remember those two as well. And then our last relationship is competition. And students are always saying to me, I always get them the wrong way around. Inter and intra-specific. International. Inter-specific competition, international. Think of the world and all the different humans that are on the earth. Okay? We are not the same looking, traditions, cultures, nothing the same as the Chinese, for example. Okay. So inter-specific competition are different species competing. Okay, so the hyena and the lion fighting over a kill. Where intra, within, all of us here in South Africa, as diverse as we all like to braai. We all like sunshine. We all like the outside life. We're quite sporty. As different as we are, there's certain things that we all just come together. We all love soccer. We all love rugby, and we all come together. So we are the same. So intra-specific competition is competition between the same species. 2 impala rams during the rutting season, sparring. That is intra-specific competition. Okay. Awesome. Let's see what else there is. Be careful with questions that might sound very sorry, I see there's a question. I will look at that now. Questions that sound very scientific, you know, like, oh, this must be a weird answer that I don't know how to answer. I'm going to give you one example. I don't usually share exam questions, but I just wanted to get some idea of what I'm talking about. I made a note of it. What is the process called through which producers manufacture their own food? And then people get stuck on that question, and it's like, wow, it's just photosynthesis, people. It is not a train smash. Okay. How do producers, what is a producer? It's a green plant. Okay. So just stop a bit, break the question up a bit. They're talking about a producer. What is a producer? Oh, go back to the food chain. Oh, that was grass. Oh, it's green plant. How do they manufacture their own food? How does grass get their own energy? How? Oh, through photosynthesis. Answer. Sorry, I just need to kill this quickly. I'm busy with a Zoom. I'll speak to you later. Bye. Okay, so don't be thrown by questions like that. What does it mean when? What does facilitation mean? People are like, wow, what am I going to do with this question? Okay, to facilitate, what am I doing now? I'm facilitating knowledge to you guys, trying to help you so that you can do better in the exam. I'm a facilitator at the moment. Okay, so how does that work in the ecosystem? How does that work in the bush? We've got zebras that are eating a taller grass and blue wildebeest that are eating the shorter grass. So there you see the zebras are eating, and there's some blue wildebeest with them, because the zebras are facilitating cutting the grass shorter so that the blue wildebeest can eat. Also, the zebras and the giraffes are walking together. Now it's not really food. Now it's more giraffes can look quite far. So they're facilitating safety for the smaller animals. Okay, you guys get what I'm meaning there. Don't look at these questions like, wow, I'm never going to make this. I don't understand what they want. Just sit a bit, sit back, chew on those words and go, what does it really mean? What do they really want? And really, nature is the most logical, simplest thing you can ever study. There's nothing in nature that is complex, really. It's a complex system, but it's not complex. Okay, easy to learn. It's very logical. Let me just quickly look at some questions here. The mutual relation between the red bull, oxpecker, and buffalo can result in parasitic one if the oxpecker is sitting on open wounds. Yes, iPhone 6. David, oxpeckers have all three symbiotic relationships in one. Yeah, they're mainly mutualistic. Definitely a little vampire at times. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, they can be parasitic. But as David said, they're mostly mutualistic. Okay. What else do we have with ecology? I think that's about it. Any other questions on ecology? Then we can move on to biomes, which I'm not going to say too much about. I will just give you some ideas of questions, but really I can't really explain anything on biomes for you guys. That is a complete learning module. Okay. So just some tips on what would be important for exam purposes in biomes. Obviously, you need to know what is a biome. Sorry, let me just pick this up. Okay, you need to know what is a biome. You need to be able to define it. Okay, you need to know the different rain, the seasons that rain is falling in the different biomes. Okay, summer rainfall, winter rainfall, all year rainfall. Some small specifics of where will you find, for example, the desert biome or the Indian Ocean belt biome. the largest biome, the smallest biome. You can get a table, for example, where you've got 2 columns and they will give you the biomes and they'll give you some facts and you need to cross-reference them. Okay, so let's say the fact would be something like this biome is found in Mozambique and in South Africa. That would be the Indian Ocean belt. Okay. They might give you the rainfall of the desert biome that you need to link. And then flagship species per biome is also important. And I know this is a lot of work to learn, but from an understanding point of view, all the other modules are understand modules. This is the only learning module there is. Okay, so there's got to be some variety as well. Need to throw in some learning modules. But what is the importance of knowing the different biomes? You know, when you're working with guests, they don't always just come to your lodge for 4 days and then they fly back to, let's say, Germany. Okay. People tend to take longer holidays, at least 2 weeks, and they maybe spend 3 days at the lodge that you're working, but they're also going to Port Elizabeth or whatever it is called now. I can't even remember. And they're also going to Cape Town, so they maybe want to go to the Addo Elephant National Park, and they also want to go to Cape Town. And you should at least know something about these areas that people are going to go and visit, so that you can give them that additional bit of information. Go that extra mile, you know. And if you have time and obviously the funds, go and visit some different biomes and read about their geology and their climate, and the plant life and the animal life will make a little bit more sense. So I would recommend for the biome module is go onto Google if you have data. Go onto Google and go and look up some of these flagship species and look what they look like and try and understand why in the succulent Karoo do we have all of these. If you go and look up all these plants, all these tiny little succulents, and why do they grow there? It's due to the geology and it's due to the climate, okay? And the Benguela current and the mist that comes in from the ocean. Go and read up about those things, and it will make it easier for you to remember all these facts about the biome. Otherwise, it's really a massive learning module, and you're going to feel you're not going to get anywhere. Yeah. So know your flagship species, know when the rainfall is per biome, know small little facts about it, but get yourself a map and draw it out on the map and put some flagship species names next to it and place it behind your toilet door, that every time you go to the toilet, look at it, you know, then it starts to settle into your mind. I hope that helps a bit. I've got weird and wonderful ways that I learn. Okay. Cool. Then we move on to taxonomy. Any questions? Let me just see. Unknown to walk, flying, termites.
Letitia, can I just add something there to biomes? Yeah, it's always nice, like you say, everything is connected, just sort of to the geology component. Remember, there's something called the Katina. I don't know if we spoke a little bit about that, but remember the deep sandy soils on top of the ridges, you know, compared to the clay soils at the bottom and the sodic areas and the seep lines. So if you look at the flagship species, especially in the savanna biome, how it's connected. Remember your silver cluster leaf to the seep line, your magic quarries to the sodic area. So, you know, you can make these connections you know, once you start understanding all the modules and how they connect into each other. And just that last little component on the biomes where I think after all that information, you get to the last page where there's the eco zones or the ecotones. And definitely learn a little bit about that. You know, what is an ecotone? What is an ecozone? And so
And the habitat. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the habitat, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you for that, David. Okay. So between me and David, we're just trying to give you guys a little bit of guidance when it comes to biomes, but I think David, you will agree with me. It is one of the studies. You're going to have to put some elbow grease into this module to try and remember. Okay. And as David said, try and make those connections so that you get some form of understanding, although it's a lot of learning work. Okay. But really, if you fail just the bio module, you still won't fail the paper, but then you've got to understand all the other stuff. Okay. So you can really score some nice points here, especially if you're somebody that has a good memory. That's definitely not me. I need to like draw lots of pictures. And yeah, sometimes you don't want to come to my bathroom. It's full of posters to try and remember stuff. Okay, so that's biomes, guys. Taxonomy. Taxonomy is also probably not also really an understanding type of module, but people sort of skip over taxonomy a bit because they go, no, that is too complicated. Know what is taxonomy, okay? You must be able to define taxonomy, and there's 4 words that must go in there. Okay, it is the theory, and that's easy to remember. You're busy with the book. It is the theory, and it is, you can just get the definition of the theory and practice. So now if I know what taxonomy is about, I know about classification and hierarchies, now I can practically go and implement it. And how do I practically implement it? By naming and classifying organisms. Okay, that is the definition of taxonomy. It's the theory and practice of naming and classifying organisms. And that can easily be a 2-point question. I don't want to give it away. Okay, but you need to, again, you need to have that sound foundation. Understand what taxonomy is about. It is the theoretical part of it. It is understanding nomenclature, okay, binomial nomenclature, how things are written, why they are written that way, why do we need taxonomy, why do we need to classify organisms, and then practically to name and classify organisms. Okay, so we first need to learn about it, and then we can practically go and name and classify organisms. And that is your theory. Okay, your definition, sorry. Yeah. Then you definitely need to know the very, very basic skeleton. For anybody out there that have studied taxonomy or biology in any way, you will know that kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species is really the skeleton of taxonomy. Okay, but at least know that. And the easiest way, there's lots of rhymes out there. The one that I enjoy the most is King Peter can only fart green smoke because it puts a smile on your face. So King stands for kingdom, Peter for phylum, can for class, only for order, F for fart, like fart for family, sorry, like most families do. Green for genus, and smoke for species. King Peter can only fart green smoke. Please remember it in that order. Okay, and on that note, know at least something like the hyena, the spotted hyena, the lion, the leopard. And if they give you an example, be able to say, let's say they fill in kingdom as Animalia, phylum as Chordate, then they leave class open and you need to know that it's a mammal. Okay, let's take, for example, the lion. And then they give you the order, they write in Carnivora, but then they leave open the family and the genus, for example. So you need to fill in mammal and the family Felidae and the genus Panthera. Okay, so the questions lean more away from specific animals, but there are some papers with specific animals in it. More towards, do you understand the hierarchical order within taxonomy? Okay, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Okay. What else is there? Okay, remember things that end on a I, D, A, E. Okay, falls under the hierarchical order family. Please remember that. And then know a few classes. Under what class does a lion fall? Mammal. What are the class for birds? Aves. What are the class for frogs? Amphibians. Snakes, reptiles. Okay. Any other questions you can think of, David?
No, I think that's good. I think this
Okay.
the binomial nomenclature, the genus and the species.
Oh
I
yeah.
think
that's
from
right.
a guiding point of view, that's probably one of the most utilized. And just learn everything under genus and species and subspecies. What the definitions are over there.
Yeah, very important there that David is saying, the difference between a subspecies and a genus. Now, so many times in the exam, I get people writing the genus is equivalent to a surname. Wow. Okay, that is in your manual, but that's not the only sentence in your manual, but it's the only one people use. Please try and be a little bit more, give a bit more insight there. The main difference between a genus, species, and subspecies is that interbreeding part. So if we think of the lion and the leopard, okay, where lions do not naturally interbreed with leopards, and they are of different genus, they are in the same genus, but they are genetically different. That's the main thing here. Within a genus, the species are genetically different. Therefore, they do not interbreed. Where if we go to a subspecies are genetically the same, and therefore they can interbreed. Okay, and that is where the main difference comes in. Not the fact that the one is equivalent to a surname, because then it makes it very difficult to explain what is the difference between a genus and a subspecies. Because then what do you say in subspecies? Remember, if they ask you what is the difference between two things, you need to compare them. Okay, that's what that question means. You need to compare them. So I'll answer that question now, Keisha. If you're saying that a genus is equivalent to a surname, what are you comparing it now to in subspecies? Are you saying subspecies doesn't have a surname? It doesn't make sense. Okay. So what is the difference between a genus and a subspecies? A genus is genetically different, therefore they do not interbreed. where in a subspecies they are genetically similar and therefore they can interbreed. Because remember, what is a subspecies? It's an animal that have adapted, usually have adapted to a different habitat or a different environment. So there's an adaptation that took place, but there's not a genetic genome change. Okay. Thank you for answering that, David. Okay, so I'm going to give you just an example. It does not really exist. If I take some zebras here from the Greater Kruger and I move to the Sahara Desert and I start breeding with zebras in the Sahara Desert, the zebras are going to start to physically change. Maybe their hooves became longer, maybe their lung capacity increases, but that zebra, let's call it the Sahara zebra now, that zebra can still breed with the Greater Kruger zebra. Okay, they're still genetically the same. I hope that clears up some misunderstandings there. Okay. So we're done with taxonomy. Okay, David, yes. Name change debate, especially when it comes to birds. Okay. As David is saying there, taxonomy is forever evolving. It is forever getting deeper insight. And it is because of technology that is changing. Okay, so think of it. I remember very clearly when I went to Kenya and there was a bird called a cordon bleu, waxbill. And I was like, yay, I've got a new species on my list, like all birders do. In the meantime, it's exactly the same as a blue waxbill down here at my house. And that is why names are changing, because there's so many common names out there. Firstly, scientific names then helps us to determine that one bird species is actually the same as another one, although they have different common names. But there were also mistakes made years ago before, I think, genetic genoming started in 1968, around about there, and that dramatically changed the evolution of taxonomy. They could now actually genetically determine that this bird and this bird, although they have different names and even have different scientific names, are actually genetically exactly the same. Okay. If we take something like, for example, the Natal spurfowl, and usually previously called the Natal Franklin, people were doing that on just purely size and said Franklins are smaller than spurfowls. But if we look at spurfowls, both the male and female have spurs, and Franklins, only the males have spurs. So that's actually how they should be named. And when you look at the Natal spurfowl that used to be called a Franklin, both the male and female have spurs, therefore spurfowl. Okay, let me just quickly have a look. There is some questions here. In which language are taxonomic words derived from? Latin and Greek. Okay, question is answered there on chat. Okay, can we move on to botany? Plant.
Sorry, Letitia, I just want to ask one question. I know with this, the art of guiding, you know, the one with the elephant on the front, I see Fugasa has changed in the workbook with regards to the kingdoms. You know, the old workbook talks about 6 kingdoms, and the more later workbook versions are talking about 5 kingdoms. I don't know if you're aware of that, and maybe just asking Fugasa exactly where the questions will be lying with regards to how many kingdoms are there in the world.
Both answers would be accepted because
Okay.
you know, not everybody goes to a training course, so not everybody has the same. And some people get handed, oh, you know, that old manual that still has the leopard on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people still learning of monoreans, and you know, so both answers would be accepted.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to plants. First and foremost, you should know what a plant is. And the most important thing in a plant is chlorophyll. Okay, it is a chlorophyll containing organism. Because if we look at the kingdoms and we look at the difference between the kingdom Plantae and the kingdom Animalia, one of the, and then we throw in the kingdom Fungi, okay, let's just look at those three, then the specific characteristic of having chlorophyll makes a major change. The moment there's chlorophyll, it goes to Plantae. Okay, we're now not talking about unicellular organisms. Please, let's just put that aside for a second. Okay, we're talking about those three kingdoms now. And that's why your mushrooms do not fall, or your fungi do not fall under the kingdom Plantae, because they do not have chlorophyll, and therefore they're heterotrophs and not autotrophs. Two big words again. Autotrophs are organisms that can photosynthesize, where heterotrophs are consumers. They need to feed on another organism to get energy. Where plants that have chlorophyll, or organisms with chlorophyll, do not have to feed on other organisms, they create their own energy. Okay. So you need to be able to define a plant. That is the basis of this module. So chlorophyll and cell wall must come in somewhere. It's an autotrophic organism with cell walls. Now, for the life of me, I can't remember. What is the cell wall again? David, what does it contain?
Chlorophyll.
No, not chlorophyll. What's the other one? Cellulose. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, there we go.
Cellulose. Thank you. Okay, so it's an autotrophic organism with a cell wall containing cellulose, and that's cellulose that is undigestible, and that gives us all these different stomachs that we will talk about when we get to mammal. Okay, but autotrophic organism, autotrophic meaning it creates its own food energy. And how does it do that? Through the process of photosynthesis. And there's another characteristic here that says it's got a cell wall. So when we look at the cell itself, so there's a plant cell. Okay, it has a cell wall around it and then a membrane on the inside, where an animal cell only has a membrane. Okay, not a cell wall. And that cell wall contains cellulose. Oh, wait, my board is busy falling. Yes, I'm a man on my head. We're going to continue doing this. I'll get a better lecture room to be able to draw stuff. Okay, so what is a plant? It is an autotrophic organism that creates its own food energy through the process of photosynthesis, which just explains to you what an autotroph is. And it itself has a cell wall that contains cellulose, which is indigestible. Okay, so now we have the foundation of a plant. Okay, then why do you need to know plants as a guide? That is really, I don't think people need to learn that. That is very simple. Why do we need to know plants? If we didn't have plants, we won't have animals. Okay. And really, if you're going on a game drive, sorry, the wind is coming up now. If you go out on a game drive and you have a very, very, very quiet day, plants are seriously going to help you. Because they don't go anywhere. That's one of their characteristics. They're non-motile. Okay, one of the characteristics of plants is they're non-motile. So you can be guaranteed, unless you have lots of elephants like we do, that the next time you drive in that direction, that leadwood tree will still be there. It might not stand up anymore, it might lie down, but it will still be there. And a good tip here, if you want to talk about plants with your guests, this is not an exam tip, but don't start with, and this is a marula tree, and marula trees have fruit, and the fruit is from this time to that time, and they flower from this time to that time, and lots of baboons like to eat it. No, start with the baboons, not with the marula tree. Okay, so do you guys see this tree? It is amazing. It's such a food source. Marulas, baboons, elephants, birds, so many things love to eat this. And then you just throw in the word marula, and then you throw other things, some other interesting facts about the marula in between. But don't start with, and here we have the silver cluster leaf. Oh, they've lost you with silver because they're looking at a tree. Get off, interact with the guest, pluck a leaf, not every time the same tree or the same bush, and 20, if there's 20 people on your massive game drive vehicle, send one leaf around, or if it's safe, let people come and feel it themselves. If there's things to smell, taste, be careful with that. But it's a pleasure, Michael. I hope you do well in your exam. Yeah, bring animals into plants, okay, and then people start to listen. You stop at a tree and the elephant has rubbed mud on it. Talk about the elephant. There's the dam. Did some mud bathing. This is why they do it. Then they walk to this leadwood tree. You see, now they're learning something. They're listening to you now. Okay. A lot of assessments that I do, I'm like, are you going to talk a little bit about plants that's going to like wow me and the guests a little bit? Because people tend to overlook that. They're just looking for the animals. You can really make plants so interesting. And so, by the way, I'm a botanist, so I really love plants. Okay, so look, think of our botanists a bit as well, okay? And throw the elephant with the leadwood tree in there. Okay, so why is it important for you as a guide to know about plants? Because it's the things that most of the animals that you are showing people are eating, okay? And it's housing. Even a dead tree is a lookout post for vultures and eagles, like our snake eagles and stuff, like to sit on these big old leadwood carcasses that are standing there for so many years. It's housing for so many animals. And when they die, they put nutrients back into the soil. You can share traditional beliefs, medicinal uses, and things with people if you just know a little bit about trees. Especially traditional beliefs and medicinal uses, especially the international people. They love it, love it, love it, love it. You just tell them some Sangoma story and they are like, wow, this is so cool. Okay. Then know the different roles that the parts of a plant, I'm not at grasses yet, but our shrubs and our trees, what they play. What is the role of the leaves? What is the role of the branches? What is the role of the trunk? What is the role of the roots? Very well set out in your manual. Okay. Again, you're not going to get essay type questions. 1 to maximum 5-point questions. Okay. What else with trees and shrubs?
Sorry, I see Michael's got a question there just with regards to how long, Letitia?
Thanks for the, I need to catch the slides and just wonder what time this meeting will be finished. Michael, I don't even know what time it is now. Can somebody help me with that?
Yeah, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Oh la la. Okay. Well, we're on module 8. I would say probably at least another hour. But as I say, this is recorded and it will go onto the Fagasa page on Facebook, and you can just scroll forward and listen to the rest. Okay.
Sorry, Letitia, I just stepped out there for a second. Did you mention anything about xylem and phloem?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I haven't. Okay, so the cambium,
Yeah.
or also known as the transport layer, also known as the vascular part of a plant. Okay. Then we've got two types of cells. We've got the xylem cells and we've got the phloem cells. And what is important here is to know where they are, because that will help you to understand what they do. Okay, so if I look at a tree and this inner part of the tree, the hardwood, like heart, that thing that people break, okay, hardwood. On the outside of that, we have cells. And they are growing from the inside out. So they help also to grow the width of the tree, okay, the tree trunk. And those are our xylem cells. And their purpose is to take nutrients from the root hairs on the roots all the way up. So these are now our undissolved nutrients, our nutrients that doesn't have carbon in it yet, okay? Our inorganic matter. It takes that up the tree to where photosynthesis takes place. And remember, photosynthesis don't just take place in leaves. Anywhere that it's green, there's chlorophyll. If you think of a green thorn or the old torchwood, almost an entire tree is green. It means everything photosynthesized. So xylem is a one-way direction that nutrients are pumped up the tree. Only goes up to where photosynthesis takes place. Okay? Now photosynthesis have taken place, and now we have the part of the tree where the bark is. Here's the bark of the tree. Okay? I'll talk about hardwood and the bark just now. Here's the bark of the tree. On the inside of that, we have cells, and they are called phloem cells. And these cells takes the nutrients now after photosynthesis. So your starches and your sugars, it's now taking that in one direction, okay? So either down or sideways or up. It's not a circle, okay? It takes it in one direction to where it is needed in the tree. So now the tree has energy. The phloem cells take this bundle of energy and it takes it to that area there where the plant wants to now start growing a flower. Or it's taking it down to the root where a new lateral root is growing. Okay. So that together, our xylem and our phloem gives us the cambium, or the vascular system or the transport system, depends on whose book you're reading. Okay, so xylem takes our nutrients from the root system to where photosynthesis takes place. It's a one-directional up movement. Where phloem, after photosynthesis, takes the energy, sugars and starch, to where the plant needs it to grow, to reproduce, its metabolic processes, breathing, transpiration, all those type of things. That happens with the phloem. You just read what Michael is saying. Yeah. Michael is just reminding you guys here that especially with the online exam, you cannot go back to questions. Okay, please remember that. because that will let people cheat. So if you're finished with a question, choose an answer. You might just be lucky, like I want to be a millionaire. Choose an answer. If you don't know the answer, choose one. Maybe you're lucky and you chose the right one. Okay. You cannot go back. Written exams, obviously you can leave open and you can go back if you have more time. But in online exams, you can't. If you're done with a question, the next one comes up and you cannot go back to that question. Okay. Please remember that, right? Thank you, Michael. Okay, anything else on trees? Let's move on to grasses. Well, before I get to grasses, just on the kingdom fungi, you can receive questions on the 3 different types of fungi that you get, okay? Your saprophytic fungi, your parasitic fungi, and your symbiotic fungi. Yeah. Your saprophytic is your decomposers, they mushrooms, normal mushrooms that you fry and in your mushroom sauce with a braai. Okay.
I think they even mentioned the cyanobacteria.
Oh yeah, that's also a new one that creeps in. It's quite a big module.
Why is it
We'll,
important for guides? Yeah.
I'm not going to have a voice tonight. I think some people might be.
I think it's time for a little bit of white wine. Maybe next week. Merci.
I'm waiting for your vehicle to stop here. Okay, so let's just quickly the 3 different types of fungi in the kingdom fungi. So our saprophytic ones, these are normal mushrooms. If you need to give an example, normal mushroom. And then we get our parasitic. That can be things like fingernail fungus, that thing that you get if you go to backpackers and you don't shower with your flip-flops. Foot fungi, okay. Those are parasitic fungi. And then you also get your symbiotic fungi, okay, which is something like lichen, for example, which is a symbiosis, mutualistic symbiosis between algae and fungi, okay, where algae produces food because it can photosynthesize. This is specifically green fungi, okay. You get other green algae, green algae. You get other types of algae as well that does not fall under the kingdom Plantae. They fall under protists, like brown algae, for example. But your green algae and your green algae will photosynthesize and therefore give nutrients to the relationship. And your fungus is the larger partner in this relationship, and it also gives moisture, so protection and moisture. If you think of when you fry your mushroom, how much moisture comes out of the mushroom. Okay, so those are the 3 groups of fungi that you get. What was the other thing? Echinobacteria. A lot of people know it as blue-green algae. It's not an algae, it's a bacteria. Okay. In NQF4, there's quite a lot of questions with regards to that. But I think in NQF2, the new questions are more in the line of why do you as a guide need to know something about cyanobacteria. Okay. And it plays a major role, but there's 2 main reasons why it is important. Firstly, it can be toxic. So you would not want your guests to go and have a quick dip in there or fill their water bottles with that. Any of you that's ever been to Arthropods Dam, there in, what is it, north of Pretoria, near Brit. You can just, if you've ever been there, you can never forget that smell of that water. Okay, and that's due to the cyanobacteria, and it can be, it can really, really, really harm your guests. Okay, and then the other thing is it's actually quite a big oxygen producer. So oxygen is quite an important thing for all of us, huh? So those are 2 good reasons why cyanobacteria is important to guys. Okay. Anything else there, David?
No, I think that's it. Yeah, it's generally the cyanobacteria is also an indication of pollution, like you mentioned. It's normally a toxic environment.
Yeah, usually due to feces and things like that. Yeah, there's a lot of sewage is pumped into an area. Or I remember a couple of years ago when we had that drought, and the cyanobacteria actually caused a huge problem in the Kruger, and it was because of the water shortage and the high density of the hippos in the water, and all their defecation actually stimulated cyanobacteria growth. So it became quite a problem. But that's just for interest. Let's just quickly talk about grasses, because a lot of people hate grasses. Then don't come and visit me, because I talk about grasses 90% of the time. Okay, so grasses, people tend to not even bring into guiding. And you know what? It is such an amazing subject to bring into guiding, because grasses tell you everything you need to know about the health of that area. You can immediately, if you know a little bit about your grass succession, for example, pioneer, subclimax, climax grasses, it's so easy to see the differences between them. Your pioneer grasses, Mother Nature puts them there. They're hardy grasses, but very sensitive. When I say hardy, they've got very, very strong root systems, but they don't put a lot of leaves out, not a lot of food, because, excuse me, if the area has already been disturbed, why would Mother Nature put grass out there that everybody wants to eat? The area will never get time to reestablish itself, to heal itself. So she puts grasses out there that has a low grazing value, that doesn't taste very nice, and there's in any case not a lot to eat. So now you get a buffalo herd of 250 buffalo, and they come into an area and they like, okay, we're going to waste more energy trying to eat a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there. We're going to be more hungry after we ate than before we ate. So, okay, guys, let's just move through here. We're not going to spend time there. We're going to go to that area where there's a lot of food. And that's exactly what Mother Nature wants to do. So she's actually chasing the animals away from that area with the type of grass that she puts there. Okay, so that's our pioneer grasses. Not a lot of tufts, lots of seed, because they want to multiply more and more so that they can quickly heal the area. Okay, they only live for 1 year, one flowering season. They're annual plants, so they die, and that in return puts nutrients back into the soil. The root system that's really hardy, and they break open the ground, aerate the soil, so now oxygen can get in, sunlight can get in, water can get in. Yeah, so really, if you see a very disturbed area, you can actually blow people's minds by just talking a little bit about what this grass species, let's say a 3-horn species, is actually meaning for this area. And that you don't see a lot of animal prints around. Why? Because the animals don't want to eat it. And that's exactly what Mother Nature's intention is. She doesn't want the animals to go. Okay. And then your intermediate stage, your subclimax, like herringbone grass in this area is a good example. That will, it will now start to attract. So it's got a little bit more tuft. So our duiker, our steenbok, the smaller herds of impala will come in. We'll have some insects coming in, some birds coming in. So now we also have waste and carcasses that will also now be putting more nutrients back into the soil. So it attracts smaller groups, smaller animals to the area so that more nutrients can be added to the soil. But it still doesn't want the big 250 herds of buffalo, heads of buffalo to come in. Okay. Thank you, Michael. I see you still with us. Yeah, Michael just gave us some more examples of cyanobacteria areas, the fall and cliprophy areas, okay, or rivers or dams. Yeah, so getting back to subclimax grasses. So your climax grasses now are the grasses that are the ones that give food. Okay, so they are really wanting the elephant to come, the buffalo to come, the rhino to come, the big herds of zebra to come. Okay, and they can produce that because they are perennial plants. Okay? That means that they can grow in some cases up to 8 years. So they can produce and produce more and produce more tough food for the animals. And you will see that their seed content is actually larger seed, and there's less seed for the plant. So they have a lot of leaf production, but very low seed production, where in comparison with the pioneer plants, which have a lot of seed production and very low leaf production. Okay, because they play different roles in the ecosystem to try and fix an area that's been disturbed. I hope that at first makes you a little bit more excited, and secondly will help you remember it a bit more. Okay. So now the difference between pioneer, subclimax, and climax, but especially between pioneer and climax, and what role they play. Then spoken about facilitation already. The different parts of a plant, the two morphological areas within a grass plant that usually throw people when you say morphological. Morph just means form. Okay, so what is the plant about? The grass plant about? There's two areas. You have your vegetative area, which is from the roots to the top of the column where the inflorescence starts. Okay, and the inflorescence is the reproductive part. So that's the two regions. The reproductive part, which includes the inflorescence, which has the flowers and the seeds. And then the rest of the plant is the vegetative part of the plant.
Letitia, can I just add something there with regards to the reproductive? I've noticed a lot of students, when they fill out their workbook, if you look inside that Nature Guide Learner Manual, there's a little list that says panicle, racemes, spike. And immediately people think that that is the reproductive parts, but that's actually just the shape of the inflorescent. Just be careful of that. Go into there's that nice picture that has all the different labels of the vegetative parts, which is really nice, and ultimately the workbook does require a little bit of extra research. Not all those answers are going to be given to you, on a silver platter. So go, I see there's a tiny little picture of a 3-orn spikelet, so obviously inflorescent spikelet. And then what is the spikelet essentially made up of? There's those tiny little glooms. And then what is a spikelet? It's a flower. So you've got anthers, you've got stamens, you've got your, all those stigmas and, the male and the female plant parts. So just be very, very aware that spike, raceme, and panicle are not, part of the reproductive parts.
Correctly. And if you read in the manual, it actually says inflorescence can be divided into 3 forms. Okay? Not parts of it's 3 forms. And I actually give you, there you go, the 3 forms. Okay. So correctly observe the David. Thank you very much. Bhavik just asked a question. Let me just read this quickly. Probably a bit off topic, but when can we brush back an area? Only during excess erosion. We will get more into that when we talk about conservation management, Bhavik. I hope I'm saying your name right. But no, you can brush back any area. Just don't brush back it too dense that sunlight can't get in and stuff like that. And what are you brush backing it with? I'm going to need more information on that to give you a better
I
answer.
think you maybe tie it into pioneer grasses, Bobby. So you use brush packing, we'll, like Letitia's saying, we're going to touch on sheet erosion. But yeah, definitely a good idea. I don't know if you've ever bought any pioneer grasses through PostNet, Letitia, to help with reserve management. I know that's a big thing, so that will help stabilize the soils. Your three horn grasses, you can actually order them through the net.
Thank you for that. I didn't even know that.
Mhm.
I've got the manual now here in my hands and not just one note. Just on page 105, seed dispersal, you can also get some questions with regards to that. Different ways that grass seeds disperse. And, really, especially people that are doing self-study, guys, you have to put a little bit more effort in than students that can go on courses, because they've got instructors that take them out in the bush and actually show them these things. You need to go and do this by yourself. So when you read about these things, rather give yourself more time to understand it better and have a picture in your mind of what it looks like, as David now explained, to just a grass flower. Wow, get yourself a magnifying glass or turn your binoculars around and look at a glass flower. It is absolutely amazing. All the little detail. It's a perfect little flower. Okay. So with regards to seed dispersal, when you drive along the road and you get your spear grass that are interlinked like this, and here they talk about corkscrewing. You just take one of those seeds and you just run it through your mouth and you put it on your hand. And I've got a beautiful video that I'll see if I can add to this, which I time-lapsed a whole bundle of them and put some water on it. And it looks like a living organism as these things are corkscrewing. And just think of it, it's literally corkscrewing its own seed into the ground. How freaking awesome is that? Yeah, it self-plants itself. It doesn't even need us to do that, or any animal. It just corkscrews itself into the ground. It's freaking amazing. When I look at plants, I'm like, wow, this is the intelligence in plants is way above mammals. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see quickly. Ecological status of grasses. Yo, people battle with that one. If I look at exam papers, all it is how it's a rating that is given to a grass, okay, species, on how it reacts to an impact. The impact can be overgrazing. The impact can be undergrazing. The impact can be too many selective grazes or too little bulk grazes. It can be fire. So what is the impact on that grass species and how does it react to that impact? That is ecological state. Okay. So there's only two ways that it can react. It can either disappear or it can become more. And those are the two words, decreases and increases. And that is due to an impact. Okay. So for example, an increase to grass, it already tells you it's increasing in abundance. But you need to know why is it increasing in abundance? Due to overgrazing, for example. A decrease of grass like white buffalo grass, for example. Yeah, it's a decrease of grass, but why is it decreasing? That is the answer you must give. Not in the exam, in your head. Yeah, I can see that this grass is disappearing very quickly. Why? Due to overgrazing, for example. bad felt management. Okay, you're not looking after the felt. You've got all your water holes open. So the animals are just eating everywhere and trampling everywhere. Close some water holes and you'll see the succession will start to go more to your decrease of climax growth. Okay. So just remember, ecological status is due to an impact, and there's several different impacts. A rating is given to a grass on how it responds, because it's only responding either by increasing in abundance or by decreasing in numbers.
Yeah, I think the decreasing is always, one thinks it's a negative thing, but you know, in the grass industry, it's actually a sign of a very sensitive and an area that is in good balance. But if that area sees any sort of over or underutilization, it will decrease. Remember, you guys need to wrap your mind around increaser 1 and increaser 2. So increaser 1 increases when there is no 1 around, and increaser 2 increases when there's too much activity. That's a good way to remember it.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then sweet felt and sour felt there on page 109, there's a very good table there for you guys. Do expect questions on that. Okay. If we all, I'm looking at this manual, guys. Yeah, page 109 on this manual. Okay, is there anybody that wants to take a 1 minute break quickly to go to the bathroom and you don't want to miss something? Okay, can we take, I'm just going to pause the recording so that you guys also know you're not missing anything. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just see Keisha's asking about an increaser 3. That's, yeah, normally increaser 3 is an indication of selective grazing, yeah, but don't worry too much about that. Just for an apprentice field guide, increaser 1, increaser 1 and 2, and then decreaser will be sufficient. But yeah, increaser 3, selective.
Thank you for that, David. Okay, I'm just going to pause the recording now, and everybody can have a quick coffee or a bathroom break. Okay, stretch the legs a bit. Okay. I think that concludes our botany section, and we can move on to Arthropods, which is a phylum under the kingdom Animalia. All our creepy crawly flying things that people also don't like to talk about because they're just scared to touch them, which you should not do as an ethical guide. Okay. If we go on to, if I'm just paging through the manual quickly, definitely extremely important is the classification of arthropods. And that block or table on page 113 that gives you a comparison between the different classes there. Okay, so insecta, arachnida, crustaceans, and myriapods, which is not really a class. Anyway, so please know the characteristics in comparison, especially between arachnids and insects. That is a good exam tip I can give you guys. And you know, the easiest way to maybe remember it is draw yourself a spider and draw yourself an ant or a bee, at least something with wings. Okay, and just make sure that you know how many body parts they have and how many legs they have, who has wings and who doesn't. And that will help you to remember. And then body parts, try and use the right terminology there. Like for example, with our myriapods, millipede, centipede, I have a trunk and a head. And our insects, they have a head and a thorax and an abdomen. And our arachnids, which has a cephalothorax, so a fusion of the head and the chest area, fusion of the head and the thorax, and then an abdomen. Okay, and then the number of legs insects have, and please in the exam, if they say how many pairs of legs do insects have, please don't write 6. That means they have 12 legs, people. Okay, 3 pairs, and arachnids have 4 pairs, and you know, arachnids do not have. Hi, Peter and Caroline. Awesome to have you with us. 2 people I know. Okay. We don't have flying scorpions, people, please. And another thing there on how do spiders differ from other arachnids? Okay, they have a little pedestal. It's almost like a neck between the cephalothorax and the abdomen. Okay? Their bodies are not segmented like our other arachnids. Think of a spider. Just put a picture in your mind of a spider and of a scorpion, and how do they differ? And then the 3 body parts of a scorpion. Okay, they have 2 body parts. They have a cephalothorax and they have an abdomen, but there's an extension to the cephalothorax, and that is the pinchers. So pinchers, cephalothorax, and abdomen. Okay, those small little catchy questions that can maybe or maybe not pop up. Be able to know the life cycles. The life cycles are majorly important in this section because those are interesting things to talk to your guests about. You stop at the pit of an antlion, and although they can't see, you know, try not to dig out these things. Maybe on your phone, just tell people, I'm not using my phone. I just want to show you guys a picture of what lives in this pit and what does it look like when it turns into an adult. So rather have those references with you when you're guiding than to start digging out and picking up stuff. We're teaching our guests the wrong thing. Just now they pick up something and it bites them or stings them. And that is not always favorable for you as a guide. When somebody goes back and they have a yeast sting. Okay, but try and put pictures to these different life cycles, the 3 major life cycles: ametabolic, hemimetabolic, holometabolic. Anything in science that has an A in front of it cancels out what is after that. Think of biotic and abiotic. Biotic means living. As soon as you put an A in front of it, it means non-living. And it does not mean it's a dead kudu. It means that it has never breathed. Okay, usually not made up, do not have any carbon in it. Okay, so ametabolic means no life cycle. Yeah, something like our silverfish, or in South Africa, more commonly known as a fish moth. They molt from when they hatch from the egg into adulthood. They don't go through a specific life cycle. So no life cycle. Then hemimetabolic. Hemi means half complete. So it is not a full complete life cycle like holo, which means complete. Okay, so hemimetabolic, like our grasshoppers and crickets and those type of kokos out there, praying mantids and those things. Okay, they hemimetabolic, and then our holometabolic ones, our bees, our ants, our beetles, all bugs. If you need to give examples of a hemimetabolic, insect and a holometabolic insect, for example. All bugs, think of anything that is bug, except for a ladybug because it's a beetle, okay? But assassin bug, okay? They all are hemi-metabolic. All beetles are holometabolic. Just some tips there to try and minimize everything you need to remember. You need to know the ecological role that insects are playing in an ecosystem. And you've heard that so many times. There's a big movement going at the moment that we are losing so many insects and it's so negatively impacting. We will not be alive if it hasn't been for insects. The Okavango Delta up in Botswana would not exist without termites. Okay. So it is very, very important that you know the ecological role that insects play within the Earth's ecosystem, or just an ecosystem like a big ball of elephant dung. Okay. So they pollinators, they carry diseases. Think of the mosquito. Be careful. For a question like name an insect that carries a natural disease, and then people write tick. Is a tick an insect? Nope, it's an arachnid. Okay, be careful for those questions, online and written. A mosquito is an insect, a tick is an arachnid. Okay, be careful for those little one-pointers that make sure nobody gets 100%. Okay. Yeah, as I said, what are their roles? They carriers of diseases, they pollinators, they a major food source, they are helpers to decomposers. There's so many reasons why they are important. Okay. They can throw some ecology questions, animal behavior questions, into the Arthropods module. Something like name insect of your choice that displays aposematic coloration, and why are they doing that? Okay, a bee. It's yellow and black, and it can sting you. Okay, so know a little bit there as well. When we get to amphibians, those type of questions can also get in there. Okay, when we move on to arachnids, as I said, know what is the difference between a spider and other arachnids, and know the different parts of a scorpion, know the venoms of spiders, also know which spiders are of medical importance to you as a guide for your guests. There's only 6 known species in Southern Africa of medical importance: black button spider, brown button spider, sack spider, violin spiders, 6-eyed spiders, your 6-eyed crab, desert spider, and your 6-eyed sand spiders, and the small baboon spider. Okay, it's a completely different species than these horned baboon spiders and those that we have here in the locale. They're quite specific. Your small baboon spider to the Western Cape. And there has been known fatalities for children under 1 year old, newborn, not really with full-grown humans, humans, adults. Okay, let's just go through. There's a nice on insects again, feeding behaviors of insects, the different mouth parts. Please know that. And examples of insects with those mouth parts. the difference in scorpions, okay? Your Buthidae and your Scorpionidae. There's also Ischneridae. There's a bit of a fine line there when it comes to that question, and they give you a picture of a spider with massive pinches and a very thin tail. That's actually an Ischneridae. Those are your rock scorpions. But yeah, they usually ask you between a Buthidae and a Scorpionidae. Okay, you look at the size of the pinches to the size of the tail. Very small pinches and a very thick tail with a large stinger tells you that that scorpion is killing with venom with its tail, with its stinger, okay? And larger pinches with a medium-sized tail, Scorpionidae, and those guys use both, where your Ischneridae has massive pinches with a very large segmented tail, and you can think they're killing with their pinches. Yeah. All scorpions are neurotoxic worldwide. They love to ask, what is the neurotoxin? And then they give you some weird and wonderful scorpion name, and you're like, how am I supposed to know? I don't even know which scorpion this is. All scorpions are neurotoxic. Remco, it's a pleasure. And yeah, I will try and put this recording as quickly as possible onto the page. Well, I won't be able to. I don't have access as an admin, but I'll ask Michelle or Bernice to do. Okay. Then we move over to our class, Cephalopoda, Myriapodas. Okay. Centipedes, millipedes. Please go read through there, and there's a very nice little table on page 1 to 6 that summarizes it for you. Okay. You can get some questions there. What is the difference in diet between the two? How do they protect themselves differently? Please go through that. Okay. Anything else you can think of, David, or anybody has any questions?
So guys, remember to look at the characteristics of insects right in the very beginning. There's some interesting words in there with the blood system of insects. Yeah, have a look at the comparisons between insects and arachnids. How do they differ, especially from how they breathe. And also those two classic words with the spiders, the ereniomorphs together with the myglomorphs. How do they differ? Yeah, I think they're also with ticks. The ticks, if you look how many different families there are, hard tick versus soft tick, but there is one there called, I think it's called Nutellidae. Almost think of a nice bowl of hot chocolate, maybe not with ticks inside, but yeah, I just know that yeah, there are 3 families of ticks. A little bit misleading when you know hard and soft, and how do they differ? Yeah, ticks have some incredible anatomical characteristics, just in terms of their body structure and how they are able to survive out there for long periods of times. But just go and have a look a little bit closer at tick anatomy. Very, very interesting.
Oh, especially on that note, David, the Haller's organ.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's very interesting that you can talk to your guests about, especially in summer when you have those little sticks at the end of the grass, just hanging there, and you can see them with those Haller's organs. Well, the legs with the Haller's organs at the end. And the person. Okay. Very interesting stuff. And I promise you guys, when you start guiding and you start to pick up on these smaller little things and you show them sticks, it blows people's minds. Okay? They can't believe that you picked up on that while you're driving in a game viewing group. Okay, can we move over to module 10, our fish? Henry, the recording will be on the Fagasa Facebook page. As soon as we're done, I will let Bernice and Michelle know, because I don't have access as an admin to the Facebook page, and they will then upload it to the Facebook page. I don't know how long that will take. This is quite a long recording. Okay, fishing. I must say, from a guiding perspective, guides usually overlook fish because we don't see them. If you walk around dams and stuff where there's fish eagles, you can usually find some remains of barbel or catfish, especially the head part. And, you know, then you can talk about this, but you can also talk about it by talking about the aquatic ecosystem and the important role of fish, and name a few fish species that we have in our rivers and in our dams and stuff. And the barbel is an absolutely magnificent topic to talk about. These fish is amazing. So go read a bit more up about that and include that in your guiding. Gives you something else to talk about at the dam while you're hosting, for example, rather than politics, which is never interesting to talk about. Okay, or the Russian-Ukraine war. Yeah. Try and stay away from those things. People on a holiday, they don't want to talk about other countries' war. Okay. Please know what is a fish. And that question comes along, and I'm not giving a question away here. I've said you have to know what is a plant, you need to know what is a arthropod. So again, you need to know what is a fish. But as soon as a question like something, what is a fish? And then people are like, it's a fish, you know, what stupid question is that? It's a fish. You need to know what is a fish, people. It's firstly a vertebrate, okay? It's an animal, and it's a chordate. It has a vertebra, and it is fully aquatic. Yes, we do get fish, like our lungfish, that can walk from one pond to another pond, or that can gasp air bubbles outside the water. They have a primitive lung. But you can't go and throw them in the Sahara Desert, they're going to die. Okay, they need water. So it is a fully aquatic vertebrate. Okay, and they have specific adaptations because they're aquatic. Their body in most cases are covered in scales. And they don't have arms and legs or wings. They have fins that helps them with locomotion, movement. Okay, so you have to be able to define a fish, and don't just give me that expression, you know, that emoji face, like, what? What do you mean? What is a fish? A fish is a fish. Write something, please. Okay. And then the basic classification of fish. Our three classes of fish: the jawless fish, and really you do not need to remember the big scientific name. Jawless fish, and there's another thing, gnata. Okay, gnata means jaw, teeth. A in front of it means jawless. Okay, can you guys see? I hope this helps you when you start reading scientific things and you see an A in front of something. Figure out what is after the A, and then you know that is cancelling it out. Okay. So jawless fish, bony fish, and cartilaginous fish. And then just know 2 things or 3 things for exam purposes, but everything as a guide. Okay. On what are, you know, how do they differ? Like, for example, gill openings, the numbers of gill openings. Our bony fish only has 1 pair. Our cartilaginous fish can have up to 9, I think. What is it, the 9 gill shark or something like that. And then our jawless fish has these round of lampreys and hagfishes, has these round gill openings. They've got several, there can be many. And then their scales are different, and their skeleton structure is different. Our jawless fish and our cartilaginous fish, their skeleton is mainly from cartilage, and then our bony fish has real bones. Okay, so know a few things there. Then the age-old question, and now I'm giving another question away. Sorry for golfing, it just makes me laugh always. Name the 3 regions of a fish: head, body, tail. If it was that easy, they won't ask us. It's head, trunk, tail. Okay? Please don't lose a mark for something that's stupid. I cannot mark body right. I have to -1 mark for you. It is head, trunk, tail. Then go and learn what are the parts of the body that you can find in these regions. The head will obviously have all the sensory organs except for the lateral line. And then the trunk will have most of the vital organs. And then the tail is mainly there for propulsion. Okay, and then the ecological role of fish. Why do we need fish? Can't we just clear the oceans of all fish? Okay, firstly, it is probably one of the Earth's largest or major food sources, not just for humans, but for many organisms. Okay, and fish eat fish. They're cannibals. Okay, so fish control fish population. You'll see if you have a bunch of guppies, because you want them to eat all the mosquito larvae in your pond in front of your house, and you throw a barbel in there, wow, wham bam, all your guppies are gone. Only the barbel is now much bigger. Okay, so fish eat fish. Their waste puts nutrients back into the aquatic system. They control parasites. They have mutualistic symbiotic relationships with so many other organisms. For example, the hippo, eating the hippo dung, and we spoke about it earlier. Too many hippo dung in the water can cause cyanobacteria to grow, which toxifies the entire aquatic system. So they play a major role in the ecosystem. Okay, let me see my notes. Guys, with regards to the senses of fish, please know if they have a good sense of smell, eyesight, hearing. Know the lateral line and its function and why it's there. Okay, it's regarded as a distance touch organ. A distance touch organ, the lateral line. Okay, meaning that if, say, another fish is dying quite a distance away and it's going crazy there in the water because it's dying, that what am I trying to say here? That vibration, there we go. That vibrations that are coming through the water is picked up by the lateral line. So it can feel something that is very far away from it without touching it. Okay, that's what it means. It can also pick up on currents, water temperature, all those type of things that helps with the survival of a fish. Swim bladder, very important, especially for, well, not especially, it is very important for bony fish. It helps to keep neutral buoyancy. sorry, Ashton is just asking a question here. Ashton, no, only this manual and the other manuals for NQF2 you will be exam tested on. Rifle handling is for Apprentice trials guys, and guiding skills definitely, that's module 1. Okay. Hope that answers your question. Okay, be prepared to answer something in the sense of, again, throwing different organisms within an ecosystem together and say how does this help to balance something like malaria outbreaks, those type of things. Let's say you throw in something like tilapia, mosquitoes, and crocodiles. Okay, how does this work in the ecosystem to prevent the spread of malaria, for example? Some questions that can test, can you actually bring the aquatic ecosystem into your guiding perspective? Okay. Growth of fish, especially with regards to water temperatures. Welcome back, Linda. Okay, cold water, warm water, what affects the growth of a fish, the size of the water source they're in. Think of our little goldfish, you know, the round thing on top of the old TVs. Can't put them on a TV anymore. TVs are not that big anymore. But yeah, you take that little goldfish out of that water source and put them in your bath, and whoop, they will grow again. They're very, very well adapted for aquatic environment, that they don't outgrow their own habitat. That would be seriously fatal for the poor fish. If the goldfish outgrows the little bowl that you put them in, and eventually you just have a big fat goldfish in your bowl. Okay, they can slow down their growth because of the size of the environment that they're in. Okay, so please go through that, the growth of fish and the size of the fish, and how cold and warm water influences breeding and growth and those type of things. And then feeding with fish, they're different, whether they have teeth, no teeth, a beak, lips, what are all these for? Myomeres. How many of you know what myomeres are? Okay, it's actually that zigzag muscle, which is completely different to other muscles, that allows fish to be able to bend. Who's ever caught a fish? You can actually touch the tail and the head together. They can bend, and that is to allow them to move through the medium of water. Okay. Now people are forever going like, I will never remember that. Here's another tip. What do we eat fish with? Mayonnaise. Okay. We eat the muscles of a fish with mayonnaise. They called myomeres. Mayonnaise.
That's your sushi, eh?
Sorry?
That's the sushi. You always,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just have a question here. Module 1 comes out of
Yeah,
the module.
that's.
Okay.
I
Thank
was
you
just
for that.
typing it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then what else did I ask here? Fish eyes. Ooh, fish eyes. Like fish eyes. Okay. What makes fish eyes so well adapted for seeing in water? Remember, water is a a denser medium than the atmosphere. So that's why if you ask somebody that went spearfishing and you're like, how big is the fish? That's that big. Means the fish is this big. Okay, it's due to the density of the water. So the fish cannot look at absolutely everything in the water that looks 5 times the size as it is. Can you imagine if a yellowfin tuna is swimming and there's a massive humpback whale coming past, and the humpback whale looks to the tuna 5 times bigger? It's going to be like the freaking Titanic coming past that poor tuna. It will probably have a fright. So they have very specific adaptations with their eyes, very rounded lenses. Okay, their eyes are protruding. So please go and have a look there. They've got good 3D vision. Oh, sorry. They've got good color vision, but not very good 3D vision. And why it is like that. So please go and look especially about the eyes of a fish. Anything else with regards to fish? It's not a very big section in the exam, but can give you some nice bonus points. Can we move on to amphibians? Module 11. Okay. Amphibians, please again know what is an amphibian and what makes them unique. Okay, the biphasic life cycle or life stages. So you have bi means 2. Phasic means phases. So that's what makes them unique. It's the fact that they go through 2 phases in their life. The first phase is aquatic of nature, or at least have some form of moisture that the tadpole is in. We think of our little bushveld rain frogs or rain frogs in general. They create this burrow with their own little pond underground. So we don't really see them in our dams and rivers, but they have their own little pond underground. Okay, so the uniqueness of amphibians is the fact that they have a biphasic life. How would you identify frogs? But before we get to frogs and toads, please know which order frogs and toads fall under. They fall under the order Anora. Okay, and Anora itself actually means no tail, without tail. So please know some characteristics of the class amphibians and then the order Anora, which is specific to frogs and toads. Okay. 10 cranial nerves, legs made for jumping or hopping, usually smooth, moist skin. And then know the difference between frogs and toads. Okay, David had to go. So I'm on my own now. Okay, so please look at the differences between frogs and toads. Like, for example, toads do not have teeth, and frogs have teeth usually on the upper jaw, but in, for example, the case of the bullfrog at the bottom jaw. And know that it's not real teeth, huh? There's no dentine. It's actually bony protrusion. No. Amphibians don't have real teeth. Just the extension of the jaw that is pointy. There's no dentine. And toads do not have that. Okay, so please be able to know how to identify frogs and toads. What would you look at? And then frog calls. Okay, frog calls are very important. You need to know your frog calls. There's 4 different frog calls, and then there is 2 frog call behaviors. Okay, please understand this. 4 frog calls are advertisement, release, distress, and what's the other one? How can I not remember that? Advertisement, aggressive, release, and distress. Okay, those are 4 frog calls. And they differ from each other. Some are high-pitched scream calls. Imagine if you're a frog and a grey heron is on its way, you're definitely not going to sing a song. You're going to scream. Okay. So if you're fighting with another frog over a territory, you again not going to sing a song. You are going to scream at him. Okay, so there are different calls, and that's why they distinguish between them, so that you can get yourself that frog book with the CD or the app, and you can listen to the different frog calls. It's awesome when you're doing a drive after the rain and the frogs are calling, absolutely, frogs and toads are calling everywhere. And you can, at least the prominent ones in your area, start to identify and bring them into your guiding discussion. Wait, I just need some quick lip ice. My lips are starting to get very dry. And there's nothing worse than to try and open Zamba. I cannot believe they have not changed this over 1 billion years to something that is easy. Okay. Okay, and then as I said, there's 2 frog behaviors that includes calls, but the calls are both advertisement calls, okay? Which is those monotone and wah, 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 that just drives you crazy at night, okay? And that is satellite behavior and time sharing, time call sharing, okay? And both of them are using advertisement calls, and it's just the way that they are calling it. Both of them are helping to lessen confusion with females. It is saving vocal cords and energy. So if we take satellite behavior, is where you have an actively calling male and a silent male, and they're sitting a distance from each other. And the actively calling male is advertisement calling female to that area, and the silent male is the one that gets lucky at the end of the day, the clever one, okay? But they do switch, okay? And then the other one gets lucky, and this one is sitting calling. So it's that there's not 2 males going crazy, calling, and it becomes confusing to females, and they're expending so much energy, and their vocal cords get tired. So they switching between each other. And then timeshare calling is just actively calling males of the same species around the water source, but they would share the time that they're calling. So it sounds like one call that's going out, but it's actually different males calling. So male number 1 will start to call, then he'll stop, and male number 2 will take over, and then male 3 will take over, and then male 4 will take over. So they're actively sharing that one message for that species going out. Okay. Okay, now some colorations in frogs. For example, flash coloration, cryptic coloration. Know what it means? Okay, and what do they use it for? Aposematic coloration. Then when we move on to reproduction, the 3 types of mating, which in frogs are called amplexus. Okay, what is amplexus? You need to know what amplexus means. Okay, amplexus is the way in which the male frog clasps the female. So where does his front feet go? We get axillary clasp, where the front feet of the male frog will just clasp the female under her front legs. He's sitting on top of her, and his front little feet are holding onto her just under her front legs. That's axillary clasp. Most frogs and toads use that position. Then we get inguinal clasp, and that is more like the platanas, and they will clasp just above the back leg. So they sit much lower on the female. And then we get adhesion. Adhesion is like our rain frogs, where the male gets glued onto the female. So at the top of her back, she has a gland that gives off a substance that is a very strong glue. And as the male goes sit on top of her, he's actually glued onto her. So he doesn't really clasp her. If you know what rain frogs look like, they are little round frogs that has these faces that like this. They always look very upset with life. I can understand why the males are having a face like that, because they're getting glued to females. So they're not very happy. Okay, so please know those ways of amplexus. And then the jelly covering over the eggs of frogs. Okay, that's counter shading. The counter shading, where the top part of the egg is dark and the bottom part of the egg is lighter in color. You get it with fish as well. Okay, the top part of the fish, so that anything that flies over the water pond, when they look down into the water, it blends in with the darkness of the water. And if you're at the bottom of the pond and you're looking up into the light sky, anything that is light of color will blend in with that light sky. Okay, and then other purposes for the jelly covering. Okay, it's an antibacterial. It's a shock absorber. Think of frog eggs in a river, and it's bumping onto rocks and other organisms, a hippo and a crocodile, and so it helps to shock absorb any impact. And it's also things get stuck on it, so it helps with camouflage of the egg. Okay, that is about the questions on frogs, the section of frogs. Any questions there? Otherwise, we can move on to reptiles. Okay, when it comes to reptiles, please know the 3 orders of reptiles that you find: Chelonians, Squamatas, and Crocodilia. If you cannot remember that, there's nothing wrong with not being able on an exam day to remember something. Please just remember that it is tortoise, turtle, terrapin, it's lizards and snakes, and crocodiles. If you write that down as the 3 orders, it is accepted. Okay. Okay, then with regards to Chelonians, the order tortoise, terrapin, turtles, please be able to compare those 3 with each other with regards to where they live, what they eat, and how they move. I'm giving you guys some tips on exams. That does not mean that the other stuff that I'm not mentioning is not important. Firstly, it is extremely important for you as a future guide, okay? And secondly, I have absolutely no idea what's going to be in your exam paper, okay? The first time I see it is the day you see it. So any questions can be in there. I'm just trying to guide you guys a bit, okay? And try and explain some things that I know people are back in there. With regards to Chelonians as well, how can we know the difference between a male and a female? The bursa sac with, not the bursa sac, sorry. Yeah, the bursa sac. With tortoises, what do they use the bursa sac for, and how can that impact your guiding? The bursa sac is there as a spare water source or moisture source. As they move very slowly, they can easily dehydrate. And then also they use it to soften the soil to lay eggs. So they use it in defense. If you pick them up, then they release that and it smells bad. And if you put them down, especially in a dry season, they can dehydrate before they get to water again. Okay, you've literally taken away their water bottle. Okay, so they use it for laying eggs. They use it in defense. If we go on to Squamata, there's a lot of information with the different families that we get and suborders of Squamata. So all our true lizards. Please go and compare something like a chameleon to other lizards and know if they are really true lizards or not. Okay, go and look a little bit into that. you should be able to give characteristics of an agama. So please go and Google and get into your head what an agama looks like, because you can just look at that. They've got these big triangular heads. They're very colorful during mating season, especially the males. Those are all characteristics. Don't go and learn everything off by heart. You're going to confuse them. Somebody says agama, you're thinking of a blue-headed tree agama. Yes, and if I say, what are the characteristics of agama? I'm thinking of a blue-headed tree agama, and now I can tell you. Okay, then snakes are obviously very important for the guiding environment because it can be a potential hazard to your guests and yourself. So please know snake venom and symptoms and examples. So they can either give you a table with 3 snake names like a Cape Cobra, a boomslang, and a puff adder, and then ask you what venom do they have and what symptoms can be experienced from that venom. Or they can give you a table where they say this snake, so let's say black mamba, but they leave out the venom and they leave out the symptom. And the next one, they give you the symptom and the venom, but you must give an example of a snake, okay? And the next one, they will give you a symptom and a snake name and ask you what venom does the snake have. Those type of questions you can expect. Very famous thing that most papers have in it is the hearing of a snake, the importance of the hearing of a snake. Can a snake hear? I don't know, go read up. And if they can hear, with what do they hear? And if they can't hear, how do they compensate? How did they adapt? Crocodiles, especially breeding behavior in crocodiles, quite important. With the fact that all your other classes, mammal, birds, fish, amphibians, when fertilization takes place, there's a small period where everything is female, and then there's a change in sex that takes place. Some becomes male and some becomes female, and that happens during cell division. Okay, where with reptiles like your Selonians and your crocodiles, it is the incubation temperature that determines the sex of the young. Okay, if you go to page 165 in this manual for new people that is joining, you'll see that little sketch there, 31 to 34 degrees Celsius of incubation temperature. Those eggs will hatch as male crocodiles. And 26 to 30 degrees Celsius, those eggs will hatch as female. Okay, it's the other way around with Selonians. There can be some questions with regards to some things like how much can a crocodile weigh? How long can it stay underwater? Go read up a bit about those things. Okay. Birdies, module 13. If there's any other questions, you guys must please put it into chat. I will get to that. Got chat open here. Otherwise, I'm just moving on because I see it's already 3:30. Okay, birdies. Again, what is a bird? And then people go again, a bird, it's a thing that flies. Okay, bats also fly. We get flying squirrels. Okay, what is the difference? The fact that they have feathers. It's a vertebrate with feathers. Sorry, I just need to quickly answer what's that? Okay, so feathers is the important thing here that distinguishes or makes them unique, a unique class under the animal kingdom. And the foot structures of birds are important. The three groups, your passerine, your neopasserine, and your non-passerine. So please know those. The breeding of birds, the different type of nests that you get. Sorry guys, I just need to answer these WhatsApp. The different types of nests with examples of birds. Using those nests, mud nests, platform nests, woven nests. And then the chicks that hatch in these nests or non-construction nests like a corybustard that doesn't make a nest. Those chicks can be artificial or they can be precocial. Know some examples of birds that are artificial, some examples of birds that are precocial. And what does it mean? Artificial are those helpless, not useless. Okay, they're not useless birds. We don't have useless birds. They are helpless. They need parental care. Their eyes are closed. They are born without feathers. They're pink little blobs. And then our precocial. I've just got a question. Yeah, I'll answer that now for you. iPhone 6. I don't see your name. Precocial is chicks like our ground birds, our water birds, ducks, geese, guinea fowl, spurfowl, semi-ground, but more ground birds. Oh, no. Sorry, this board is falling again. They are born with their eyes open. They can run or swim after their feathers dry, but they still have parental care. Okay. Got a question here from iPhone 6. Ma'am, I encountered a question on the similarities of birds and snakes. How can this be answered? Yeah, reptiles and birds do have lots of similarities. They have cranial similarities. Their skeletal features are quite similar. Both of them need to hatch from an egg, so they're egg laying, and they have an egg tooth at the end of their bill that they can, in the case of birds, and in the case of reptiles, it's the snout, that they can actually cut open or break the egg shell with. And then know something about the history of birds, that Archaeopteryx lithographica, what it means and what it is. Archaeopteryx is ancient wing. Archaea, ancient, opteryx, wing. And lithographica means engraved in stone. So it's the fossil, okay, that shows the similarities between birds and reptiles very clearly. Page 172, brood parasites. Please know what brood parasites are. Have examples of birds that are brood parasites, like exclusive brood parasites are our honey guides. Do you know what methods they, the female bird, the brood parasite bird, or the chick have to get rid of, if they want, like our honey guides, they throw out the other chicks or eggs out of the nest, and know a little bit about their hosts, who can be their host. Know the different ways that birds are taking care of their feathers, feather care, sunbathing, dust bathing, preening. Those type of things. How would you identify a bird? What will you use to identify a bird? Guys, just give me 2 minutes, please. I've just got somebody here that I need to speak to. Hallo, Jella. Hallo. Goed, en Jella?
En dan daar twee Amerikaanse mannen, ek en my boete daar en dan is jy mooi jou kinders, duidelik 'n bietjie. En kinders is mooi goed om eintlik 'n bietjie ongelukkig en like it. En ons in 'n community weet maar kyk. Dit is maar my sê ek seker maar baie weer. Dit is die probleem. So I like it with the campfire. Okay. Jy is my nommer, hoeveel is jy dan nou? 7. Okay, so wat ek gaan doen is ek gaan nie transportgeld in hierdie boks gaan na Thomas toe. Dan gaan Thomas die transportgeld hier insit en dan los ek as jy nie hierdie my standpunt wat aan Thomas toe dan dan moet ek weer verduidelik wat ek dink rondom paadjie ry. So dan 'n bietjie aan, dan lag ek hier in die
Sorry, Jella. Glad daar stoele, hoor. Sorry guys, I'm back. Okay, so feeding habits. Please make sure, I think we're all quite familiar with the fact that the different beaks have, tells you more or less what the birds are eating. If you think of the difference between a flycatcher and a bee eater, it's the length of the bill. If you think of parrots that needs to crack nuts, if you think of raptors that needs to tear meat, okay, all those things, all those different bill shapes tells you what the bird actually eats. Okay, are we all good with birdies? Almost done, guys, almost done. I know everybody's bums are probably dead by now. Okay, module 14, mammals. Okay, when I start with the mammals lecture with students, then everybody's faces just drop with all these big words and things in there, and they don't know what they should know. Yeah, it gives you a good foundation on mammals. Okay, to see how the different mammals actually share characteristics or are similar or are completely different. Okay, so it is not that important. iPhone 6, I will answer now the egg dumping question. It's not there to try and catch you with big words, but it's very seldom that they will ask you, give you characteristics and which order is this from, or name the order of bats, or things like that. And on that topic of bats, if they ask you, name the 2 suborders of bats that we get, and you can't remember Microchiroptera and Megachiroptera, then you can just write insect bats and fruit bats. It's fine. Those are the 2 groups of bats that we get in Africa. Okay, we don't have vampire bats here. So that is fine. It shows me as an examiner that you know. You memorizing Microchiroptera and Megachiroptera doesn't tell me you know what it is. Sometimes if I ask people, okay, so a Microchiroptera, which bat is that? Then they don't know. For me, if you say insect bat and fruit bat, it actually tells me more. Okay. So I'm lenient on those type of things. Symbiosis has not been angry with me so far. Okay, important things, the 3 groups of mammals that we get on reproduction. Okay, our marsupials, our monotremes, and our placentals. You need to know those 3 and know what they stand for and give examples of those. And then also the same on foot structure. The plantigrade, the digitigrade, and the unguligrade. Okay, the mode of movement and examples of that. Then another important thing is our ungulates that are in the 2 groups that are the perissodactyls and the arthrodactyls, your odd-toed and even-toed ungulates, and examples of that. But when it comes to the mammal thing, because the next thing that you will look at is the different stomachs and what mammals feed on: carnivores, herbivores, omnivores, pescivores. But it can all be thrown into one question, if I can put it that way, where they will give you examples. So give an example of an odd-toed ungulate that's also a hindgut fermenter. Do you see how they can ask these questions? Okay, that would be zebra. Okay, so be able to take this mammal module and mold it into questions that doesn't very specific ask about one mammal, but can take characteristics and say, do you know of a mammal that does this? Because this tests your knowledge of the whole module much better than asking per specific mammal question. Okay, name 2 mammals that are arthrodactyls or even-toed ungulates, but the one must be a hindgut fermenter and the other one must be a ruminant. Okay, so I need something that has 2 or 4 modified toenails, and the one must be a ruminant and the other one must be a hindgut fermenter. So something like a warthog and an impala. Okay, those type of questions. Don't worry too much about this type of thing, okay? That is just to give you information. Can you guys see it on the screen? Don't go and memorize those things. I'm not going to ask you questions on that because that would be very unfair. You're not going to share this type of information with you. But I would highly recommend that you go through each of these orders with the animals that they specify and learn from this, okay? You learn a lot from this module rather than the big scientific knowledge. Learn about bats, learn about primates, the differences between our old world monkeys and our new world monkeys, those type of things. How would you identify the skull of a carnivore? The fact that it has carnational shears. What is the difference between a Mustelidae, or they can give you a honey badger and a mongoose? with regards to their anal gland. Okay, honey badgers are using it for defense, where mongooses use it for marking, scent marking, or civet uses it for scent marking. Okay. What does the elephant's tusk consist of? What makes ivory different to teeth, to dentine? You need to be able to explain the difference between a hindgut fermenter and a ruminant. Very important. And how would you see that in dung? Okay, these type of things. Gestation period, number of young. Here and there, there's an exam paper with some questions like that, but that's more for trial side. It's amper klaar, Jan. Okay. iPhone 6, just with regards to egg dumping. Egg dumping is like ostriches, okay? It differs from brood parasites in the sense that a brood parasite, you have the host bird that will lay her egg into the nest of a completely different bird species. So something like African cuckoo that will lay her egg in the nest of a fork-tailed drongo. So it's different species. With egg dumping, you have ostrich, you have alpha females and beta females, and the beta females will dump their eggs into the nest of an alpha female. So it is within the same species. So that is the main difference between egg dumping and brood parasites. Okay, hope that helps. Okay, let's move on to module 15, animal behavior. Ecology, and please be able to answer a question on why do you as a guide need to know animal behavior. Now, there's several reasons why you need to. It helps you to interpret what the animals are doing for your guests. Okay, it also gives you insight onto the mood of the animal so you can keep your guests and the animals safe. You can predict behavior. You know that buffaloes late afternoon will go and drink water before they settle in for the night. So late afternoon, I will move to water sources so that I can show my guests buffalo, if there's buffalo in the area. Okay, so there's several reasons why it's important for you as a guide to know animal behavior. Okay, they talk about group hierarchies in ecology as well. We've covered that in ecology, so you can refer back to that. Okay, grouping behaviors, so like things like temporary association, pairs, herd behavior, matriarchy, oligarchy, caste systems, all of that. Please, you need to know that. That's very important because you're going to use it a lot as a guide to explain differences between grouping behaviors and the reasons for grouping behaviors. Why do animals group themselves together? It's greater success in reproduction, it's safety in numbers, it's more eyes and ears to spot predators. And you can use this to, for example, show the difference between how giraffes that has these long legs and long, tall necks, they can see and spot predation from far, for therefore they don't really need a specific grouping structure, and they can have temporary association, where something as small as koala would prefer to have a large grouping behavior, like a breeding herd and a bachelor herd, because it helps them to be safe. And then something even smaller, like a steenbok, prepares to be a solitary animal. Okay. Because it can hide better. If there's 100 of them to hide, it's much easier if you're only one of them. Okay, so your grouping behaviors are important. The phlegm and grimace, your facial expressions, what is that? What is it used for? And what organ is used during these facial expressions? Communication, the different forms of communication, like your vocal communication and your body language or non-vocal communication. Remember, vocal communication has to happen with vocal cords. Huh? Things like rattling your quills or body parts or scraping the body parts against each other, those are non-vocal. Scent marking, reasons for it. Not all scent marking is for territorial behavior. Scent marking can also be just to lay a scent of my pathway. Like, for example, hippos, civets, genets. That is not territorial marking. Protective behavior and camouflage. Things like your distraction behavior, startle behavior. Then in camouflage, your disruptive markings, counter shading. Those are important things to know. This is usually quite a big module. I would really go through every single part of this module very carefully if I'm you guys. And then home range and territory. They're on page 224. Very important to know the difference between them. Now a few animal tracks that are in the manual. These ones. That's on the screen now. Okay. I can ask you animal tracks as well. Okay, almost done, guys. Module 16. A lot of questions came in with regards to fires. Okay, we get hot fires, we get cold fires, we get backfires and head fires. Okay. Hot fires are fires that happen during the dry season. Okay, when you have a fast moving fire and you usually use that to burn off old dry material, or if there's too much dry grass and stuff, you would use hot fires. They're quite dangerous fires because they can move very fast. And then cold fires are usually fires that are done during the wet season when you want to control something like parasites, for example. Or you want to burn off old moribunds, old last year's growth, so that the grass don't smother itself. Okay, those are very smoky fires. That's what makes them dangerous. They're not very fast moving fires, but they're very smoky fires. You have to wear a mask. And then you get the head fire and a head and a backfire. Okay, so head fires, you burn downwind. So you burn it with the wind. So that's, you will use that fire where you want the fire to move forward. Okay, so you burn it with the wind. Where a backfire, you burn into the wind. So that is when there's the possibility that a fire can run away from you. So then you will rather burn into the wind so that it slows down the fire. If you burn with the wind, downwind, then the fire can run away from you because the wind is taking the fire. So just go and read when you will use the different fires. Okay. Soil control. Please know the different types of soil erosion that you can get. Sheet erosion, rill erosion, gully erosion, and what you can do to try and fix that erosion or combat sheet erosion with branch packing or mattress packing. Gully erosion with, or donga erosion with gabion. Rill erosion, packing rocks and stuff inside those little rills. Okay, road maintenance. Know what is bolsters and know what is mitre drains. Bolsters are not speed bumps, people. We're not supposed to speed in the bush anyway. Okay, it's water relays. When the water hits that bolster, it relays the water back into the bush, and a mitre drain just specifically takes the water deeper into the bush. Okay, that 45-degree angle that is cut in conjunction with a bolster. Got a question from Alyssa. What would be the 3 primary objectives of conservation? Okay. As a nature guide, would you use? Michael, I don't think you finished your sentence. I don't know what that question means. But the 3 primary objectives of conservation. So it's protection, preservation, and sustainable use. Okay. We are protecting the environment. We are preserving the environment. And we are also sustainably using the resources of the environment. Those are the 3 primary objectives of conservation. Okay, yeah, on page 234 and onwards. Bush encroachment, and when it comes to bush encroachment and alien plant vegetation and animals. Okay, the main difference between the 2 is with bush encroachment, you have the organism is indigenous to the area, and especially in the case of plants, because of a disturbance, they will take over the area. Okay, and that is usually to try and get that disturbance to leave. So with regards to bush encroachment, that is usually when the grass layer has been depleted, and then you get these woody plants that will take over. Things like red bush willow, silver cluster leaf, sickle bush, those type of things. Okay, and that's due to the disturbance of taking the grass layer away. But it is indigenous plants that should be growing there. They just take over. Where alien plant vegetation is something that should not be in that area, should not grow there. It's either from another continent or another country, or it's from the high veld and shouldn't be growing in the low veld, or it's from the Western Cape and it shouldn't be growing in the Savannah area. Those are all alien plants. Okay, and why do we need to take them out? Because they use space, nutrients, and moisture that the indigenous plants should be using. Okay, spoke about the roads, alien plants, animal population control. Please know what is the difference between cropping and culling. We generally just use the word culling, but culling has actually got to do with more diseases where an area is quarantined and a certain number of animals are taken off over a very short period of time. Where cropping is actually what we refer to as culling, when over a period of time we will remove animals due to carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is how much mouth and feed can this area actually sustain before it ecologically starts to impact the area. Okay. So if the area can only take 400 impalas, but there's 1,000 impalas, you can think that area is now going to be overutilized, overgrazing is going to take place. Succession is now going to go all the way back to pioneer grasses that will grow. I'm going to have a lot of increase of two grasses. Animals are going to be malnourished. So I need to crop 600 impalas off that area, sell them. And I'm not going to get into a hunting discussion now, but they need to go. Okay. Or drop fences or buy more property. Okay, animal population control also has to do with water. So you need to know which animals are water dependent, which animals are water independent, and which are mobile dependent. Please know some examples there. Okay, and then they talk about transfrontier parks and biosphere reserves. Michael, you're asking, as a nature guide, would we experience this module? Yes, you will. No lodge will pay you if there's no guests. They will definitely give you something else to do. And that means you're going to work on roads, you're going to scrub waterholes, you're going to fix things. So yeah, this module will definitely be of use to you, especially if there's no guests. Okay. Guides over COVID has become painters and plumbers and electricians and all kinds of stuff. Okay, because there was no guests for them. Okay, with transfrontier parks, please know what it is and know at least two examples. And biosphere reserves, know what a biosphere reserve is and know at least two examples. Okay, of each. And then we come to the last module. That is almost over. Historical human habitation. Here, what is important is the different eras. Okay, so your early Stone Age, Middle Stone Age, Later Stone Age, and Iron Age. Please know when that took place. Know examples of those areas. Eras, not areas, eras. And what tools were used in the different eras. Also know why archaeological sites are important to us, our unwritten history. Without archaeological sites, we will know very little about our forefathers. And then know what languages is spoken in which provinces and how many official languages we have in South Africa. Mapungubwe is not a transfrontier park, no. Otherwise it would be Mapungubwe Transfrontier Park. Mapungubwe National Park. And that's it, guys. I hope it was helpful. If you have any questions, I've sent an email to all of you. You're welcome to email me. And I will see how much I can help you. I tried not to give away exam questions, but to guide you guys more towards what you can expect. Okay. Thank you, Keisha. I really enjoyed meeting all of you, and see you guys at the exam.
Thanks so much. We really appreciate this.
It's a big, big, big pleasure. Okay, guys, I'm going to log off, and thank you for all the thank yous.
Thank you so much.
It's a big pleasure, and I'll speak
Let's
to
just hope it helps this time.
Sorry?
Let's just hope it works this time, not like the last 2 times.
It will. Just put the grease in and follow the advice I gave you guys, and I'm sure it will help. Okay.
Thanks, Letitia, again.
It's a big pleasure. And guys, I'm going to give this recording to Michelle and them, and hopefully it will be on already today.